Central banks, the supposed champions of government.
That everything is going well for all of you. So for today, I realized that I technically have one title on Twitch and another title on YouTube, and the YouTube title is technically the accurate one, I believe. I wanted to talk a little bit about the history of central banking because I feel like it's one of those things that people don't necessarily get to learn about just in a general history course, but also it's one of those things where people seem to have a lot of misconceptions about it regardless. And so I thought it might be good to, try to dispel some of the some of the more negative, or maybe not negative, but just like the different, things that people might get wrong with it. So, but anyways, how are we feeling? Yeah, there are a lot of conspiracies and everything, and it is what it is, sadly. Okay, so, but overall, I'm doing fine. I found my nice little fan that I like to use whenever it's really hot. Very beautiful, that beautiful painting, right? But I did also want to give a little. I was talking about this in VC earlier, which, by the way, do make sure to join the Discord. The link is down below in the description. Or also if you do exclamation point, exclamation mark, exclamation point, Discord, it should also give you the link. I've read about the Iranian constitution, and it's I've heard someone mention it before that like it essentially shouldn't like exist, but I thought it would be interesting to sort of discuss it a little bit and sort of talk about it. But we will be talking about the history of the U.S. Border Patrol as well. But like, as I said, I think we will start first with the history of central banking. So, yes, thank you so much, Surfer. I appreciate that. But do let me know how all of you are. Let me know if there's anything going on that I should be covering. No, okay, so.
Price stability and financial stability. Or was the world of money actually more stable before central banking was invented?
Oh wait, what's this? Hello, Big Jerry. Hello. Sorry, check. I'm watching. Oh, no worries. No worries. No worries, aerobics. No worries. You can always watch the VOD afterwards. Don't.
Hi, I'm Yuri, and to find out, I've collected the best works from economic history.
Okay, I don't want to pause too much, but I actually miss when the libraries did have this. I know that it's easier to look them up and but I kind of made a system like this when I was younger for my own like family's library. I don't know. Maybe it is just one of those like, complete nostalgia things, but I thought it was nice. I'll be here just with the stream. Yeah, no worries. And also, hello, Big Jerry. It's good to see you.
And summarize them into what I believe is the true origin story of central banking. And to be honest, after doing the research, I'm no longer surprised about the popularity of central bank conspiracy theories.
Even Yuri recognizes that, yeah, there's a lot of conspiracy theories. I'm fine, as always, there are a lot of protesters here in Chile, and lately they've been more intense because of the current cost administration. Yeah. Sounds about right. But yeah, there are a lot of conspiracy theories about central banking. And again, this goes back to this idea that a lot of people aren't necessarily educated in what central banking is or what it's supposed to do, right? And so because of that sort of nature of it, it causes some problems. So instead, I think that going into how it developed might actually help us, right, sort of understand it a bit better.
Okay, the scene is 13th century Europe, a golden era of rising trade. The various princes, dukes and kings each offered their own silver, gold or other metallic coins. However, while the official prices of these coins were based on their precious metal content, the actual metal content of these coins frequently changed.
This is one thing too, like people like to think that, again, because they like to think that commodity money existed first before debt money, which is not true. Debt existed first. Debt money existed first before commodity money. But this was always a question, right? Is like how much of whatever the coin is supposed to be is actually that, right? And this one, it comes from Petra, right? And so it comes from the Treasury building. If you've ever been there in Jordan,
making them not as pure as you might have expected and therefore not always making them reliable. This uncertainty, along with the difficulty of carrying around heavy coins and the cost of protecting them, meant that merchants who needed to do larger or possibly even international transactions relied on famous European banking families such as the Bardi, Peruzzi or Medici to transform their debts into transferable deposit money.
and see, this is one of the things too, where it's like, do they ever talk about the Bardi family? No. Right? Do they ever talk about the Medicis? No. Or the Fugger family? Definitely not. Even though the Fugger family ostensibly was one of the most successful banking families ever. But whenever I see Instagram reels about connections and conspiracy theories on a certain topic to the point of ridiculous oversimplification, I prefer to check it out myself. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, it's best to do that. The last conspiracy theory reels I watched were about the connection between the central bank and Titanic. Oh my gosh, that's... You see, it's because it was carrying gold bars. That's the reason why it sank.
However, the increasing reliance on private deposit money brought with it another problem, and that is that, since money is kind of essential for any economy, if one of these banking houses went out of business, it often took the economy with it. For example, when both the Bardi and Peruzzi families went belly up, after King Edward III of England failed to repay his loans in the 14th century, there were massive economic repercussions in Italy.
And this is another thing too, right? Like, what does a central bank work as, right? And for one thing that it can function as, at least this is ostensibly, I mean, I know I brought up the other day, like I had this like PDF of an article, I think, or maybe it was a whole book, explaining, right, sort of different aspects of how central banking works. But in this case, it was talking about like securities. But one thing that can definitely be said about this is the idea of the lender of last resort, right? That if anything happens, right, like they will always lend you money, right? So this is why the move away from commercial banking, or from familial, I guess, banking houses and commercial ones is a big deal, right? Because, right, a business can only have so much capital, right? Like there's only so much that we can really see anything accumulate. Now people might say, oh, well, now we have all of these blah, blah, blah. It's just so much more complex now. But at the same time, that principle still follows insofar as this is why a lot of companies take out, lots of, bonds from the United States. And I don't want to get too, into the weeds. I said I want to focus more on the history, but this is where I think, like, some of that disconnect, right? They're like, well, if they went belly up and then this happens, will that ever happen with our, central bank? And the question is not exactly. It depends on more than that. It's much more complex now.
In this light, it's not surprising that the first government-owned deposit bank, the Casa di San Giorgio, was created in Genoa, Italy, 1407. So was this the origin of central banking? Well, the definition of central banking is a national bank that provides financial and banking services for its country's government and commercial banking system, as well as implementing the government's monetary policy and issuing currency, where banking means an institution that provides deposit and credit facilities. Now, this public bank took in deposits but did not yet provide loans or credit to the state.
So, again, you could... The big thing about credit is that another thing that I just want to sort of say is commercial banks create money by way of extending credit. Like when you take out a loan, that creates money, right? That's why there's like M1, M2, M3, right? M1 being the currency that's actually minted and printed by the Treasury Department, right, at the Bureau of Engraving and Printing. in Washington, D.C., not the Federal Reserve. The Federal Reserve does not print money. And then, right, but there's this other thing, right, where it exists on ledgers, right, that like, oh, well, someone took out a loan for $50,000, so now we can loan out more money, right? Now there's more money in the economy on the expectation that you're going to pay back with interest, among other things, right? And
It just promised that for each deposit there would be coin of equal value in the bank. In this way, the Casa di San Giorgio, along with many of its contemporaries in 14th and 15th century Italy and Spain, was a publicly owned 100% reserve bank. It provided the important service of settlements of large transactions using a ledger rather than coins. How would this work in practice though? Well,
see, this is the thing. I literally just said this, right? It's done with a ledger, and one of the things is like I was always obsessed when I was a bit younger with like doing my own accounting or bookkeeping, I guess would be a better way. Bookkeeping in the United States, for the most part, you don't need a license to do so. Accounting, you do. You have to be a CPA. But to do bookkeeping, technically, like you can learn basic bookkeeping principles. But it's just because I was always fascinated with the history of finance. In fact, just up there, although you can't really see, because there's technically a wall here, and I'm technically pointing at something beyond the wall, but on the other side of this wall, there is a bookshelf, and on that bookshelf is, I think it's up here, if I remember correctly, is a book that talks about the history of investment banking, because I was really... What have you walked into? We're talking about the controversial rise of central banking. And me also cleaning my glasses because I usually do it every once in a while. But yeah, so that is one of the things that, you know, like it's done on a ledger, right? So when I started to do my own little, it doesn't mean that I'm good at it. I don't want to give off the wrong impression like, oh, I'm good at it. No. But, you know, there are some principles like the law of identity, blah, 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 right? What the law of identity is that, you know, credits and debits and all of this stuff, all the different buckets, if you want to think of it like that, right? They always come to zero, right? Right? All of the credits and all of the debits and everything added together will always equal zero. That's how that works, right? Visa and clearinghouses, right? Exactly. Which is what ACH means. I know that a lot of people think for some reason that it means like account checking. At least that's what one person told me. They thought it meant account checking, but it's like the CH is clearinghouse. That's what that means. So
say that one prominent merchant banker wanted to pay another. At least one of them would then have to go to the bank to make their intentions known. Then later they would both have to return in person and make the payment via changes in their deposit accounts, with a notary there to confirm it all. While still quite a hassle, you can imagine that this deposit money was still quite a lot easier than using bags of coins that all needed to be counted. Especially since there were many coins in circulation with different values. So nothing...
One thing too was the fact that because the coinage, like people now, right, like money now is actually quite restrictive insofar as like when coinage was more common, like back in the day when it was based off of gold and it was based off of those metals, it was possible, and this is why you see, like, for example, coins from the Islamic world, right, like riyals or, dinars, right, like why you see gold dinars all the way up into Scotland or Iceland or Sweden, right, it's because its weight in gold was what mattered, right, the fact that it actually had a higher percentage of gold. And the thing about gold is it has to have something mixed in with it. It cannot be pure gold. Because one of the things is, oh gosh, am I remembering this correctly? I know people often see, like, in films, right, where they, like, bite into a coin. And the reason why, if I remember this correctly, was to see if it actually was made out of lead. Because if it was out of lead, right, then it wouldn't budge. But if it's out of gold, it would. I think that's what it was. I can't remember right now, but I do remember, like, that's why you see a lot of things where it's like, oh, they're biting a coin, right? And it's to see if it's gold or not. Because if it's gold, it will give, because gold is quite soft as a metal. Yeah, pure gold is pretty soft, and so that's what it's there to right? And there's a famous scene in what's it called, The Pianist, right? Also, do make sure to like and subscribe for those of you on YouTube, and do make sure to check out my most recent Patreon article if you haven't already. So there's a scene in The Pianist where Spielmann, right? Władysław Spielmann. The pianist. He is playing a song, right, on the piano, and this guy from I forget what it is, but he tells him if he could stop, right? He's like, please, can you stop? And it's so that way he could flip a coin and hear how it sounds when it hits the table, right? Because that's another thing, right? You can also tell because of how it sounds, right? So you can tell either by biting it, and if it doesn't budge, right, then it's lead, in which case I don't know what you would do if you had just finished biting lead, but I don't know. And the other thing was it would sound different, right? So this also goes back to something like Archimedes or whatever, right? Where there also was like the idea of like buoyancy, right? It's like, well, if you have this weight and that weight, right, like they would have different displacement rates, right? There have always been ways to try to figure out whether something is the thing in which it is said to be, right? So
Wrong with these public deposit banks and the honest people that ran them then? Well, not so fast. In the research I read, it states that in practice the full reserve rule was frequently broken, especially when there was a public emergency. For example, when the Taula de Valencia was restructured in 1613, it came to light that it had made several illegal advances to city officials and the city itself. So then you could say that the Southern European deposit banks were in fact the first central banks, since they did the two things that define what a central bank is. They issued currency, and even though it was illegal, they issued credit to the state.
And another thing too is think about this historically. For a long time in Europe, because of Christianity, there has been this desire to, when it comes to banking, there is this thing about usury, right? And that is the making of money, right? Like this is something that Aristotle talks about, something that St. Thomas Aquinas talks about, something that many people talk about. And it's this idea that something, as Aristotle talks about it, right, that money is something which turns something that is dead and something infertile and makes it fertile, right, like through usury, right? And that's why he considers it unnatural, right, that through usury money begets money, right? There's a famous quote in Shakespeare, actually, that's, gold that's put to use more gold begets. And that word use, right, was another way to refer to usury, right? Like using, right? Using money, right? We're going to use money, right? That meant that they were going to, right, do something which involved usury, right? Which is compounded interest, right? So, hello, planet. Yes, like and share with friends. From what I've heard, biting the coin was to see if it was only plated, not sure if it was, well, from what I remember is, yeah, if it was plated, yeah, because like some of them would be silver plated, some of them would be bronze plated, right? But if they would give, that would mean that it's the ones that were pure gold, right? They would be the ones that would budge. But a lot of gold stuff apparently was with lead. I don't know. I could be misremembering. People here usually go to an accountant. Yeah, makes sense. Does gold still have any bearing on the value of the US dollar? Not as such, no. And it's actually a good thing. Commodity money, I mean, think about this, right? What commodities exist, right? And they're on a market, right? And so they go up and down in value, right? They go up and down in price, right? And so if you have something that's constantly going up and down in value, then, right, that would mean that as something increases in value, right, that would make money more scarce, right? That means less money would be available. This is the reason why during emergencies, right, countries like the United States would go off of the gold standard or the silver standard. In fact, a lot of people read, right, the Wizard of Oz, right? Like if you read the book, right, one of the commentaries that sort of came out of it is the fact that, or one of the things about it that it's sort of been talked about, is that it sort of serves as a commentary, right, on its decision to switch, right, from the gold standard, right, the yellow brick road, right, to the greenback, right, the Emerald City, right, and so that's always been one of those, interesting sort of analyses of that. Especially because, again, different standards have been used. Silver standards, gold standards, but it doesn't have any bearing, because if it did, then that would mean that there would be less money in the economy, not more money in the economy. That's the problem, right? When it's commodity money, it just contracts everything down. So it's better to have one that is not based on that.
This was on such a small scale and outside of their mandate, I consider them...
Let me see here. With something going up and down in value, it allows me to make lots of money by betting on its volatility or something. I'm just saying random things at this point. No, but you're right. Like, this is why people do bet against these things, right? Like, they will both bet against it, They will do puts, they will do, call, like they will do all of the different things, right? That's why all of these different financial instruments exist, right? Because essentially you're always supposed to be ready to hedge against yourself, more or less, right?
The ancestors to the first central banks, not the first central banks themselves. No, for the next stage in the evolution of central banking, we need to go to my home country, the Netherlands. The year is 1609, roughly 30 years after the founding of the Dutch Republic. Dutch trade with the Baltic states was flourishing, but cloth import...
You want to know something interesting? Is that during the beginning of the Great Northern War, the mercantile states, as they're sometimes called, the Dutch and the English, helped the Swedish defeat the Danes. Like, they literally helped Sweden attack Zeeland, right, which is the mainland of Denmark, right? And then the British and the Dutch, the English and the Dutch, they laid siege to Copenhagen in order to stop a war, right? Like, they were like, oh yeah, we're not parties to this war. We just want to make sure that they had access to the Baltic trade, which is very important, right? But because of that, in the early 18th century, you have them like participating on the side of Sweden against Denmark, as Denmark was trying to take over Scania, which is like the very southern part of Sweden, right? In fact, that's where Scandinavia, like all of that sort of stuff, that naming comes from. So,
were demanding monetary reform. Why? Well, because there were 14 mints in the small Dutch Republic, all making their own coins, making it both extremely difficult to exchange them and to separate the good from the bad coins. In response, the city of Amsterdam founded a bank and called it the Amsterdamse Wisselbank, which translates literally to the Exchange Bank of Amsterdam. Like its South European predecessors, it was known as a public deposit bank or a 100% reserve bank. Here is what Adam Smith had to say about it in his famous book The Wealth of Nations. At Amsterdam, however, no point of faith is better established than that for every guilder circulated as bank money, there is a correspondent guilder in gold or silver to be found in the treasure of the bank.
That's not actually true. That actually isn't the case. The idea of there being 100% reserve bank is actually very rare. In fact, that's the reason why, like, most countries don't have, like a lot of conspiracies also focus on fractional reserve banking, which is just this idea that as long as you have a fraction of the amount of money that you loan out, that's how you loan out money. But there are many banks. In fact, I think the Bank of England is 0%. Like, they don't need to have any backing whatsoever. They don't need to have any reserves in order to loan out money, right? So, But I do think it's interesting that, this bank, at least ostensibly, right, to Adam Smith and to other people at the time, gave the impression, right, that, and the reason why it's seen as an important development in the history of the development of central banking is because of the fact that this idea that there was something backing it. And I think that's why people like gold standards and silver standards. Like, I think we've just gotten so used to this idea that there needs to be something somewhere that legitimizes the fact that, right? But I think that when we realize that money can correspond to things that are real, but that are still abstracted in a sense, that's where sometimes it can get somewhat confusing. So, but also, speaking of books, if you'd like to help me out with my research, recently in my most recent Patreon article, which again I highly recommend that you go and read, I talk about U.S. imperialism in Latin America. And the book that I have here on my throne is called Predatory States. And it is about U.S. imperialism in Latin America, particularly during the Operation Condor year. So if you'd like to support me in some way, if you'd like to do so, particularly by sponsoring my research, you can always do so by sponsoring a book at my throne. But do make sure to like and subscribe. And also on the Twitch side, do make sure to follow and subscribe if you would like to get no ad breaks.
However, recent research
if you would like to get ad breaks and no ads. There we go.
Ledgers of the bank has revealed that, in fact, Adam Smith was wrong. As you can see in this graph, from very early on, the bank of...
I just want to get that on a shirt. Adam Smith was wrong. like I won't even say of what. It's just he's wrong. No, I'm joking, but
Amsterdam did provide some credit to both the city of Amsterdam and the Dutch East India Company. So again, the bankers of Amsterdam were not entirely honest. Even if you can see that the bank did basically start out as a full reserve bank, whose primary function was to provide deposit money to merchants, and again this type of deposit money was primarily used for large transactions. This was desperately needed and highly valued, as we can see from the fact that Bank of Amsterdam deposit money typically traded at a 5% premium over metallic currency, meaning that you had to offer more coins to the Bank of Amsterdam than you would get back in deposit money. And in fact, you would be happy to do so popular was this deposit money. Of course, this led to more public...
I know that sounds strange, like what do you mean people would have to offer more? But that is one of the ways in which banks make money. Like that's the other thing, right? It's the way in which investments can make money as well, but in a different way. But like the bank has to make money too. And one way it does that is usually by charging fees, also in the way in which it helps build the deposits there. So yes, you pay upfront more, but then that means that other people upfront pay more, and then that, but I think you can see the problem in that.
City banks being founded in the Republic of the Netherlands. For example, the Bank of Middelburg was founded in 1616, the Bank of Delft in 1621, and the Bank of Rotterdam in 1635. And these all weren't full reserve banks, they provided credit. We know this because in 1672, when the French, English and 2 German armies invaded the Dutch Republic, a bank run occurred and they couldn't repay all of their depositors. Meanwhile, the Bank of Amsterdam could. Apparently it had enough coins or could attract enough coins in time to make the payments. The economy of the Dutch Republic never fully recovered after the attack. But the Bank of Amsterdam, with its proven resilience, did not just survive, it became stronger than ever. In 1683 the bank had grown so strong that it basically created an early European fiat currency when it changed its policy.
Yeah, this is what I think is interesting. It's like eventually, even here, right, like with the condition, right, and it starts talking about, right, when it's talking about 1/8% and blah, 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 right, like for the price, I think it's interesting because there is this aspect where eventually you do have to create a banknote, right? At some point, people do need something beyond just the ledger, right? Like taking duizend ducatons, right? So 1,000 ducats right, is something that is, I think it's fascinating how eventually you have to end up at this point because of the fact of how money works, right? Like, if you don't, then it's very difficult to expand the economy in many ways, right? Because you can't function on a market vis-a-vis like merchant capital in the same way you would otherwise. Yeah, new Twitter status. Money is weird. Meister. I'm studying for the AP World exam. Can you quickly explain the Balfour Declaration and how that relates to the mandate system? I'm really confused. Um, it, I mean, it essentially declared its intention uh, to start to create the conditions for the colonization of Palestine. But yeah, I doubt your exam is about that. Sorry, but and also hello, Katie. It's good to see you.
See, such that not all deposits would be redeemable for coins anymore. This meant that these non-redeemable deposits were fully based on the trust in the authority of the Bank of Amsterdam. That being said, this non-redeemable deposit money was still implicitly tied to the value of precious metals, because the people that accepted them could still trade them for metal coins if need be. And that power came in handy when, in the Panic of 1763, at the end of the 7 Years' War between France and England, the massively overstretched merchant banking house of the Gebroeders Neuville went bust, sending shockwaves throughout the financial centers of Europe. And
I want to note that this is actually so important that it was the collapse of the credit bank in Austria, right? One bank in Österreich, right, that caused essentially that broke, right, the German economy, that eventually led to like hyperinflation. Like, people like to act like, oh, it was because they started. No, it was because their creditor suddenly disappeared, right? The bank collapsed. And when that happens, right, and governments depend on it, the credit system of Central Europe just completely was fucked over.
while the crisis ravaged the banking houses of Hamburg and Venice, the crisis was contained in Amsterdam thanks to the bank stepping in as a lender of last resort.
And this is exactly what I said is what central banks are mainly like. This is one important main aspect of central banks. They are the lender of last resort. If absolutely nobody else can actually provide, right, that money, then the lender of last resort will. And that's what's most important. Like, this is why you do get these like money injections into the economy every now and then, right?
Hence becoming the banker of the banking system as well as the city of Amsterdam. Furthermore, the Bank of Amsterdam started increasing its credit services to the city of Amsterdam as well as the Dutch East India Company. This was fine at first, having almost no impact on this premium that bank deposit money traded at. However, trust in the Bank of Amsterdam was based on its supposedly large reserves of metallic currencies, because by now the bank had grown so large that even if the city of Amsterdam wanted to, it wouldn't be able to bail it out in a crisis. And that crisis came in the form of the Fourth Anglo-Dutch War, which broke out because the Dutch kept trading with the rebellious colony of the United States of America. And with the British attacking the Dutch East India Company, those loans soured, while the city of Amsterdam demanded more and more credit itself. So trust in the Bank of Amsterdam quickly turned sour. A bank run occurred, and while the Bank of Amsterdam did technically survive, it was never able to return to its former glory.
And that's the thing, like, the thing that all central banks want to avoid is a run on the banks, right? This is one of the reasons why there was the full transition away from a gold standard, because what happened in like during the Great Depression, right? Like, you had bank runs, you had banks collapse. That's why you have banks collapse now. And although it's not good for the stock market or whatever, right? It's like it doesn't cause the same amount of, you know what's actually cool? And I think it's actually one of those things that's kind of like a very interesting aspect of like the United States government that is really underrated, and I wish that I could find the right video. But when the federal government actually takes over a bank, which it actually makes it run better, right? Like, the private hands owning banks is actually makes it very inefficient, makes it very, whatever. When the government runs it, right? When they have to take over a bank, as they say, right? They legit like stake out the place, right? They like, it's almost like a sting operation, right? But it's like with accountants and bankers, right? And it's like they literally take over the bank, right? Like, I remember watching one of these, and it was like at nighttime, right? And they just start running at the bank, and I'm just like, what on earth is going on? And they're legit like taking over the bank, like, and they have, I guess like some kind of police force with them, right? But it's just like they're like taking over a bank, and then they start counting all the money, and then they start, okay, this person gets this amount, this person gets that amount. I need to find one of those videos because it's actually quite fascinating.
And it was ultimately dissolved in 1819, having become obsolete thanks to the establishment of the Dutch Central Bank in 1814. So was the Bank of Amsterdam the first central bank? No. It was definitely the next step in the evolution towards central banking, thanks to it providing credit somewhat more openly, acting as a lender of last resort to the banking system, and introducing non-convertible deposit money. However, what is keeping it back is that it was not a national bank, but rather a city bank. Sure, you could argue that this is a tiny detail, because the Dutch Republic was just more decentralized than it is today. But it turned out to be a detail of massive importance, because the Dutch Republic might have been able to bail it out, where the city of Amsterdam was just not able to. But even though it was not the first central bank, it did inspire a Latvian-born citizen of Amsterdam, Johan Palmstroeg, to create the first central bank. Now, Johan was a special type of entrepreneur. You know, the kind that found himself imprisoned.
He was the Elon Musk of his time.
In Amsterdam for unknown reasons. And the kind that moved abroad to Sweden immediately when he was released in 1646. And with him he brought a suspicious wealth of knowledge about economics, finance, and specifically the workings of the Bank of Amsterdam. The Swedes promptly appointed him head of the Chamber of Commerce, from where he was in the position to propose to King Carl Gustaf to establish a bank for Sweden that would provide both
that Carl Gustaf, he definitely has a national banker face. Like, the establishment of that's the type of king. That look. That's the type of king that starts national banks.
Deposit and credit services for the Swedish state. Noticeably, this bank, named Stockholm's Banco, was established in 1656 as a privately owned bank with shareholders including the king, the city of Stockholm, and of course, none other than Johan Palmstroeg himself. Now, at the time in Sweden, a deposit bank was sorely needed, since the Swedes mainly used copper coins for trade, which are much heavier than gold and silver coins. And so it's perhaps not surprising that here in Sweden in 1661, Bank of Stockholm premiered the use of a spectacularly innovative slip of paper that allowed people to pay with deposit money without going to the bank in person, and with a notary being present there to verify the transaction. Exactly, Palmstroeg's Banco Stockholm issued the first recorded banknotes.
Like, look at this. I think to me this is so fascinating, right? Like, I still like also how it's called Banco. Wow, this bank is now ours, right? And now we have Bitcoin, right? Exactly. Now we have Bitcoin, which, like, just the fact that, I know it seems kind of like, oh, we already have this, blah, 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 like, fine, whatever. But it's still so interesting that, you have to go to the 17th century, and only then do you get something like this, where you don't have to go and do a transaction, right, with a notary that says this person, right, is officially giving this person this, and what needs to be put on the ledger that they are putting that in there, right? It's like a bequeathing contract, right? Exactly. That's such a good way of putting it, right? So this way, right, you're actually able to be able to transact in a way that's kind of impossible before, right? So like when I was talking about how it's like 16th century and 15th century, right, tax-backed securities, that meant that you still had to go, right, to one of the clearinghouses, right? You had to go to what essentially would now be like a kind of early stock market. Go there and then buy, right, invest, be a shareholder in those tax-backed securities. And then, like, it was just so different back then, right? But this allowed you to just, right, say, oh, I have one of these notes. It's for 500 pesos, right? And I want to buy, a book, right? And you just hand it over to the person. And if it's 500 pesos is a lot for a book, I'll put it like that, but still. But it looks nice. Like, I think I wish, I do wish, I get why one of the reasons why the US dollar doesn't change its design, actually, is because of the fact it's used all over the world, right? And because then it would make it difficult for it to ensure, right, that those other countries that have it, right, abroad, can tell whether it's counterfeit or not, right?
However, that is where his triumphant story ends. Johan was a rookie central banker after all, and after having lent too much too quickly and while trying to pay below market rates on deposits, Johan found out the hard way the meaning of a bank run, and Sweden experienced its first banking crisis. Banco Stockholm promptly collapsed, and poor Johan again found himself charged for financial crimes by the Swedish state. However, after having experienced the benefits of easy deposit money and not having to borrow from wealthy individuals, the Swedish state took over Banco Stockholm in 1668 and rebranded it the Sveriges Riksbank, which literally translates to Swedish state.
And yes, Riks is the same word as Reich in German. Schwedisches Reichsbank,
Bank. A bank that provided banking and financial services to the Swedish nation, and that last part is technically why the Swedish and not the Dutch invented central banking. But did having a central bank bring price and financial stability to Sweden? Well,
no, it doesn't. Not as such anyway, I should say. It's not as such. It does better a lot of things, but again, when you still have commercial banking, that's the problem, right? It's like, if you still have everything, especially we're like now in the highest imperialist phase that we happen to be in, it's so different. And freaking Bitcoin and all that stuff makes it even worse.
That's not immediately clear. If we look at a historical time series of inflation in Sweden, we don't see a clear effect. You could even argue that prices became less stable in spite of price stability being at the center of the Riksbank design right from the start, with its stated mission to maintain the domestic coinage at its right and fair value. One reason for this might have been that the central bank was able to provide much cheaper credit to the state, mainly used to finance some of Sweden's 17th century wars. And while you could argue that this extended the lifespan of the Swedish Empire, which had already peaked before the establishment of the Riksbank, the bank was never able to rival the power of the Bank of Amsterdam. And at the end of the 17th century, Swedish bills of exchange were mainly cleared in Amsterdam, even though the bulk of Swedish exports went to England.
So, this is what I find so fascinating, right? Is that the Netherlands still remain the main place, right? Where, because they still have these city banks, right? And I'm not talking about Citibank in the United States, but city banks, right? The clearing houses that were deemed the most experienced, the most trustworthy, were the Dutch ones, right? This is why I find it interesting that later the two maritime republics, right, or the two maritime powers, the Dutch and the British, right, or the English, later on in the early 18th century, so not even that long after this, right, help Gustavus Adolphus. Is it Gustavus Adolphus? It's not Charles the 12th. I think it's Gustavus Adolphus. Could be wrong. Anyway, the one that went against Peter the Great of Russia. The one that like literally ran to the Ottoman Empire and just like ruled Sweden from the Ottoman Empire for like years. This shows, right, how important that Baltic trade was, in particular when it came to cloth, right, which now to us might seem like, oh, right, but it showcases this like international aspect of finance and banking that sort of has always been there, right, mainly because the nation state, quote unquote, right, like doesn't really exist yet, right? So instead, I think it's important to also understand that yes, the Netherlands, it was the place. But one thing that I find quite interesting is that this also later changed to the fact where the Netherlands still required, right, you to go to one, I believe it was 14 different stock exchanges, more or less is what I would call them, around the Dutch Republic. And you would have to go there in person, right, and physically, buy and, etc., have the... But what the innovation that England later added, right, when it came to the stock market, was you no longer needed that, right? You no longer needed, right, to go in with the other person, sign the contract, because that's what a lot of like the puts and calls and all that stuff, like that's what they are. They're contracts. I mean, they're even called contracts because they're based on a certain amount of time, right, that you will sell or buy or whatever. So, in other words, one way to understand this is like then the next innovation that we get that leads to eventually like more financialization of the economy, one might say, is the fact that you have no longer the need for the notary, right? Now you can just buy stock from a company, right? Now you can just give money to the stock market, right? And purchase shares in a company, right? You no longer have to, do something else, right? You can just do that.
So while the Sveriges Riksbank is technically the first central bank, we need to head to 17th century England for the next evolution in central banking. The year is 1688 and England has just been invaded by the Dutch. That's right, the last successful invasion of England was by a Dutch army led by its ruler William of Orange III. But while it pains this Dutch economist to admit it, this was as much of a coup as it was an invasion. Since the Royal British Army actually helped the Dutch invaders to overthrow the British monarchy and install William of...
And this was to remove James II. You see here. Hello, powerful finger. Let's create stuff out of thin air and promise future returns and wealth. Hell yeah. During the events in Iran, I realized that the Iranian currency is worth $0. Well, yeah, because it's essentially what, like over 1 million rials for, like, it's a tiny amount. But what's interesting though is that, and this is the interesting quality of the fact of like what happens when money itself, right, like the bills, right, becomes something, an object of exchange, right, or a purchase, is that now their price has gone up, right? So even though, right, you're right, that the value of the real, right, has shot down in, all the way. On the market, hello Morso Moon, it's good to see you. It has actually made it so that if you want to buy, right, like bills, like Iranian real bills, right, you actually have to pay a higher and higher and higher price now. It's a very fascinating thing how all these things relate to one another. But yeah, what else was I gonna say? Also, another thing too is I've always found it quite interesting how there is an interconnection that exists, right, between 1,313,160 for $1, yeah. Because they were selling a set on Amazon, I think, right, and so it was like 200 reals, 500, like different bills, right, and the price has only gone up, like every time ever since I like put it in whatever something that I was, It's like it's just been going up in price. Like, oh, it's now gone up $5. Now it's gone up $4. Now it's gone up another $2, right? Which I find, it's very fascinating with all that. Now, one thing that I guess I also want to highlight with that is that there is actually a connection, which I find interesting, that, sort of showcasing the expansiveness of international trade, right? I want to highlight that, right? Like, the Swedes had to go to Amsterdam to do trade with the English, right? Well, the reason why you have the word, I guess I'll just say it. The word for the currency, real, in Farsi exists is because it comes from the Spanish reales, right? Like that shows the international connection between, right, all of these different currencies, right? Because you already have dinar, which comes from denarius, right, from the Latin, right, meaning money. But you also have real, which comes from reales, right, in Spanish. So it's this interesting thing of how these things are all interconnected. Yeah, in Brazil, reais, and so some people, that's why it's technically Spanish Portuguese, because the Portuguese actually had part of, actually, oddly enough, they had a part what was called the Kingdom of Hormuz or something like that, if I remember correctly. But yeah, reais.
Of Orange to become King William of Orange III. What's more interesting for our financial story, though, is that in an ironic twist, economic historians believe that this invasion ultimately created the central bank that would overtake the Bank of Amsterdam. You see, one of the first things that the Dutch King William did was granting the Bank of England its charter in 1694. Notably, though...
Look, I have to say, contracts and stuff like that nowadays, they're so boring, right? Like, like they're just some random piece of paper, right? Like you can't even really tell, like, what's the, like, okay, it's just this, it's like, I demand everybody be given a coat of arms. I demand everyone has to use a wax seal. You know what I mean? It's just one of those things, right? It's just like, why? Right? Like, it's like, this is one of those things that makes me, that is one of those things that's like, when people try to think that like Marxism/socialism means like this kind of weird, like that it requires people to be like this weird, enforced asceticism. It's like, no. Nothing is too good for the working class. Nothing is too good. Champagne is not too good for the working class. Wax seals are not too good for the working class. We should have contracts with we should all have coats of arms, right? We should all, right? Nothing is too good for the working class. I hope that we can toast to that. Nothing is too good for the working class. But, didn't the British also use in part shilling? Yes, they did, yeah. Today I've only seen British colonies in Africa. Yeah. In fact, there's someone they've been in my server for a while. I need a coat of arms right now. Right, exactly. Like, come on. You know what I mean? It's like, why does it always, and yes, if you'd like to support me in some way, you can always go to my Cash App, my Venmo, go to Throne, become a patron on Patreon. I did just release a brand new article. And so you can do that, or you can help, purchase the book that's somewhere over here. So, yes, predatory states. Again, you don't have to pay for the whole thing. Just a couple of dollars is more than enough. So, anyway. But yeah, like, why does it always seem like people demand extreme asceticism when that's the reactionary take? No. Only the best for the working class.
So much like the Rijksbank, it had two departments right from the start, one for lending and one for deposit taking. Another similarity was that it started as a for-profit enterprise owned by the crown and wealthy merchants, many of whom happened to be Dutch. Yeah, there was a lot of corruption in Europe back then. That being said, economists widely agree.
Back then? Oh, excuse me. Yes, Europe doesn't have any corruption now. corruption exists everywhere. And in some places, it exists in a way that seems, or that, appears more overt, right? But that doesn't mean that that type of corruption, or like what the corruption is about, doesn't exist in first world countries, right? Or in the global north, right? It's just like all of the mass fraud scandals, the ones that are like completely deleterious for entire, economies, where are they all from? The global north, right? So it's kind of like, I don't really get this whole like, well, back then it used to be so bad. It's like, it's still that way. That's because that's how capitalism works. Capitalism likes to tell itself that it's a meritocracy, but it couldn't be the farthest thing from it. In fact, capitalism wouldn't be capitalism if it were a meritocracy. Indeed, as Polonius says in Hamlet, Scene 2, Act 2, Scene 2, "For God, my lord, well spoken, with good accent and good discretion."
Agree that the primary reason for its establishment was to help fund England in its 9-year war against France. One way it did this was by transmitting funds to the troops on the continent via Amsterdam, but more importantly, it funded the war through the issuance of new banknotes, and because war is expensive, this quickly turned into the excessive issuance of new notes, causing inflation. So again...
No, I will not have Milton Friedman's peddling. No, that is the old definition of inflation, and you know that, Yuri. You know this. You know that that inflation is a general increase in prices. It is not about more banknotes. That is Milton Friedman. That is the old definition that used to exist. That is not how we currently understand inflation. Just no. I know. No, I know. Fuck Milton Friedman. Corruption ain't no way, right? Yeah. Trump's corruption makes post-Soviet liquidation look tame. And see, I forget who was saying this. Someone was saying that, if the reason why the 1.5 trillion military budget is shows that this is like a scam or whatever, right? Is that all it is to try to move as much government money into private hands as quickly as possible, right? And it's like, yeah, that kind of tracks. Like, that kind of makes sense, Like, of course that's what they're trying to do, right? So...
Did the bank increase price stability? Well, it seems that the opposite happened first. Although if we consider longer-term inflation, this was lower in the century after the establishment of the Bank of England than in the one before. But this might have had little to do with the central bank and more with the massive inflow of silver from the American continent and the spiky population driving up agricultural prices in the 16th.
See, it's funny that he called there being more bills, right? Like there being more issuance of currency as being inflation. When this right here, the driving up of agricultural prices, is literally called the Great Inflation because that's what actual inflation is. It's a general increase in prices. Literally, prices trebled in the early modern period. So 3 times over. Ugh. I hate the people that are all like, oh yes, I'm just going to use Milton Friedman's definition of what inflation is, which is like this super old definition that doesn't really hold water anymore. This is literally called the Great Inflation, Yuri. Come on, you know this.
Century. Okay, so what about financial stability? Well, not long after the inception of the Bank of England, the UK experienced its first massive asset price bubble in the form of the South Sea Bubble. However, this was not directly the fault of the bank.
See, this is the one thing. It's like, I like how capitalism has all of these crises, and it's always like, well, it's like if this would have happened like under feudalism or whatever, like this would have happened in the, like people talk about it like it was the worst thing ever, right? Like Caligula, evil, blah blah blah, like you know what I mean? But okay, this is when Eastern Bloc was getting liquidated, was at least done in backdoor deals, not overtly people betting on. Yeah, I know. Oh my god, but the fact that they had to be like, the fact that they even had to do the like, excuse me, can you please not bet on us bombing Iran or not? Or the family of the prime minister be on the board of so many crypto. That's true. That's true. Very true. Very true. Powerful finger. But like, it's always like, well, the Bank of England only like wrote all the contracts for it. It only it only did. Yeah. It only.
England. In fact, the British South Sea Company could be seen as a competitor for the Bank of England.
Yes, that's because it was used by the government in order to service its debts. That's what it was used for, Yuri. You know this. I know you know this. I like how instead of putting like the British South Sea Company just says Rio de Londres, right? The River of London.
Because it was primarily used as a vehicle to finance the British state. And various agents of the state therefore had a direct interest in the forming of this bubble.
Again, because it was there to service its debt. And what does that do? That creates, the more times that people take out debt, right? That people take out contracts, right? That you take out money. That means that you put more money in the economy, right? And that can cause a general increase in prices, which is what inflation is.
However, it should be noted that when this bubble popped, the impact on the economy was only limited, possibly thanks to the emergency lending of the Bank of England. And as London's financial might grew, so did the free...
I like how it's literally called, like, the first great financial crisis, and it's like, it wasn't that bad. It's always like, like the rich people were fine, right? Just everybody else that was, you know. You love when I correct you. I hate the people that still keep trying to play to this idea that more dollar bill equal inflation. That is not true. That has not been true. That is an old 19th century definition, right? That is a monetarist definition. It is not, because he doesn't even call the Great Inflation the Great Inflation. Like, come on. It tripled the price of food. The price of food. Like, why do you think when you read old books, right? Like, when you read old books, right? Why do you think they're always eating out all the time? Oh, he decided to just go eat out of this. Why? Because food used to be really inexpensive. That's why. Right? That's why. We had a PM who legalized weed for medical products, and his family were the first one to get a license. I mean, if it gets it legalized, what's the deep? Oh my gosh, no! I wish we at least legalized regular hemp plant. Yeah. Oh yeah, like that was one of the things too. Like in the early colonization of what was now the United States, by law you had to grow hemp. You had to grow hemp. So. Because you can use it for rope, you can use it for bags,
Frequency of its financial crisis. For example, in the crisis of 1793, West India merchants got into trouble due to war with France again and went to the Bank of England for support, which they got. But supporting the economy and the government while tied to gold is tricky. So not surprisingly, when gold...
I literally said this in the beginning of this, right? About why it's bad to have commodity money. This is why I hate This is why I hate when people, right, try to do the whole, like, I'm going to go on a podcast. I'm not saying Yuri did this. Yuri did not do this, right? Yuri did not do this. But, because Yuri is actually, like, an academic economist, right? But I believe he works in South Africa at the Waterfront, if I remember correctly. But anyway, it doesn't matter. But anyway, point being that, okay. A lot of times people like to do the whole, like, well, like, almost like again, not, Yuri did not do this. I'm not talking about Yuri, but the people that know of how banking works, know how the monetary system works to some degree, yet they still peddle the, like, you know, I don't want to say common sense, because but we know how, like, the oppressive nature of common sense. I forget what's the name of the article or the book that talks about that, but it's something like that, like the fascist nature of common sense, something that I don't remember, but it's like it's appealing to this idea that if it's not equal to its weight in gold or silver, that therefore blah 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 blah, right? And it's just like, come on, like, we've already, like, especially when someone like Yuri likes, I mean, again, now I am returning to Yuri, likes to talk about Bitcoin, right? Like, how can you say, right, oh, blah blah blah, like commodity money, etc., right? Like other people when they talk about it. But then but then similar people, not Yuri, right, will show Bitcoin. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. It's just like a weird. I don't know. I just think it's one of those weird things, you know.
Supplies got low compared to the number of notes issued. The Bank of England had to suspend convertibility to gold in 1779. The suspension lasted almost 25 years, so in practice the Bank of England, like the Bank of Amsterdam before it, now issued fiat currency. This allowed it to further support first its slave trade.
Again, every time there's an emergency, they would just go to fiat currency, right? Why? Because that allows you to be able to ensure, right, that there's enough money in the economy. Tying it to gold reduces the ability to do that. Right? Like right now with gold at being at an all-time high, the amount of money in the US economy would be tiny. Right? Because who would be able to hold the most gold right now? The average person? No. Right? Who would be able to have that convertibility into gold? Right? It's not the average person, no matter what, like, ANCAPs and libertarians tell you, right? Like, unless you're yearning for the mines and trying to see if you can find, you know, your own stake, it's not gonna happen.
Trading merchants in 1799, while slowly moving to a lender of last resort function for the banks in the early 19th century. Here it should be noted that not all banks were to be saved whatever the cost, since for the longest time the Bank of England followed the rule formulated by Bagehot. Central banks should lend early and without limit to solvent banks that are able to post good collateral and at high interest rates. And with that rule in place, it does...
And look, this is, again, high interest rates, right? This is something that Yuri doesn't talk about, right? But what happens in Europe that then allows for something like this to even happen by 1797? The change in the view of Europeans, right, in Christianity, that says, you know what, we can lend at interest, right? Because initially, right, and you can see this with Islamic finance today, although there's, you know, in fact, I was going to bring up the Iranian constitution anyway, so I might as well go to it here, right? So in chapter 4, Article 43, paragraph 5, it says, well, I'll read this here. Article 43, in order to secure the economic independence of society, to uproot poverty and deprivation, to fulfill the needs of human beings in the process of growth, while also maintaining liberty, the economy of the Islamic Republic of Iran will be based on the following criteria. So I will go down a few. Banning the causing of damage to others, monopoly, hoarding, usury, and other invalid and forbidden interactions, right? So why this is important? Again, this goes back to this idea of usury, right? Before, lending money at interest was considered a sin, right? Because it is a sin in the Torah, right? In Arabic, it's called riba. In Hebrew, it's called ribit, right? You're not supposed to do, right? It's usury. And now, there's an issue because that word is loaded, right? And what I mean by that is the fact that people have made a connection between the word, right? Myself being Jewish, right? Between Jews and usury, right? It's something that does have a historical thing that goes back to the medieval period, etc., that existed in England, etc., right? However, looking past that, what we must understand very importantly here is that there was a fundamental change that occurred, right? That also happened to coincide during the time of the witch trials, the witch, panic, I guess, of Europe, right, in the late Middle Ages, early modern period. And some scholars, I will say, maybe they want to emphasize the effect that money had, but let me explain to you what their argument is, right? They essentially postulate that one of the reasons why witchcraft began to be seen as quote-unquote real, right, was because through money, right, through interest, right, through usury, you could change someone's material position, right? Like someone could go from wealthy to poor because of usury, right? And that's something that some of these scholars, right, argue is why the idea of charity denied, right, is one of the big tropes when it comes to the witchcraft stuff in Europe, right? Is that one of the things that sort of made people, I don't want to say believe in it, but it's like, because that's not quite the right wording, right? But that it's kind of one of the things that sort of like this piece of paper, right? This fiat currency note has power, right? In fact, I was reading this novel. It's actually a very good novel in French. And even then, it talks about how he was given a check for 8,000 francs at the time. And he said, like, this piece of paper, filled with, overflowing with power, right? And that is something that is, at the time, especially for time at the late medieval, seemed very strange, right? It did seem magical, one might argue, right? I'm not saying that I believe it, but I'm saying that this is, or I'm not saying that I necessarily fully agree with this, postulation. However, I can see why the transition, right, over to a money economy in the 14th century, right, the way in which a money economy exists now, that is to say, right, before there was a different type of economy. I don't want to get into the weeds. I've already done my stint doing economic history, so I don't want to get into the weeds of that. But point being that it's precisely this, right, that then becomes central to our understanding of finance, right? We have a qualitative change in Europe in its history where it begins to accept usury, right? At first, they try to do something that they somewhat try to do in Islamic finance, right? But I'm not an expert in Islamic finance, so if there's anyone here in chat that knows about it, I will defer to you, because that is not at all anywhere near my area of expertise. Now, they initially came up in the Monte di Pietà, right, in Italy. They said, we will lend money, but we will charge you a fee, right? That's how they got around usury, right? And the word usury is still used. Like, there's the concept of usurious interest rates, right? Like, those payday loans, right? Where, like, it's like 28,000% interest, right? Like, that's where this sort of comes from, right? That sort of aspect of this piece of paper has power over you, and that's why it's kind of scary, and why people might think that, oh, there are these things that you can have power over someone that never really existed before, and so they might, interpret it in one way. But again, there's one book that talks about this, that's called, I believe it's called The Reign of Anti-Logos. And it sort of goes into some aspect of that. Not exactly that historical thing, instead it looks at it from more of a theory-centric perspective, but it essentially looks like, it's very Baudrillard. Like, if you've read Baudrillard, it's essentially like, that's kind of what's happening, right? I don't want to oversimplify, but I would say, like, Baudrillard definitely comes in handy for that. Anyway, so as I was saying, that's the qualitative change that wasn't really explained by Yuri, right? So first you have the fees, then you have the ability to lend at interest, right? Once you have that, once you have the ability to lend certain amounts of interest, that's what opens the door for the type of finance capital that we have now, right? Because now everything has interest. You having, although it's not a lot, but you having a savings account, you get interest, right? Almost everything that we do involves interest in some way, right? Like if you take out a mortgage on a house, you have to pay back interest, right? Most of your payment at first is interest, right? That's why you have to do the amortization schedule, right? That shows, right, how important this qualitative shift from no interest, right? In fact, it even says, going back to the Iranian constitution, that I'm trying to use it as like some kind of like, oh, here it is this, right? But I think it's interesting because it is a legal document, right, that exists that says, well, the government will do these things, and one of those things is to provide let me see here. It's around here. Effectively what it says is that, yes, here we go. Providing, so this is in order to secure, this is chapter 4, the same thing, right, as the one about banning usury. Providing the circumstances and opportunities for employment for everyone, blah, 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 right? It says this can be done through interest fee loans, right? That's something that even exists, right, in the Pacific world, right? You can take out, right, interest-free loans as well, right? The only thing is you usually have to have a cosigner, right? Someone that has good credit, right? So that's the thing, right? What's credit? It's that this is why your credit score goes down once you finish paying something, right? Because only as long as you're paying are you credible, right? As a, debt, right? So I'm friends with an economist. Yes, yeah, that's awesome. Let me see here. What about the petrodollar? Oh, you know what's funny? Yuri just made a video talking about how the petrodollar was like a complete myth, which I find fascinating.
It would appear that financial crisis became a thing of the past under the Bank of England. And actually, right up to the Second World War in the 20th century, British prices remained more stable than in the era before the Bank of England. So while the history of central banking is one steeped in lies, crisis, profiteering, corrupt politicians, and even the support of slave trading, it did seem to stabilize prices and finance. So it's not surprising that central banking took continental Europe by storm, and even in the USA, which had stumbled from one banking crisis to another in the era of free banking, came up with its own.
See, this is something that is not taught very well in American history. In fact, I have a book that's called Debates That Shaped the Nation. Right? It's a very wonderful little series. The book is not that long. I recommend it. Right? If you want to actually get a crash course in like Ricardo, Adam Smith, like political economy from that without having to necessarily read, right, like all of their texts, right? That book actually has people theorizing with it and actually has excerpts of it, and it's really good. It does a really good job of explaining why, because it's between Hamilton and Jefferson, right? And it's Alexander Hamilton saying we need to found the Bank of America, right? We need to found the first bank of the United States. But what does that mean? What does it mean to found a bank? Well, what it actually meant for the United States was taking out a loan, right? And this is something that you see a lot with, a lot of countries that have come into existence rather recently, is that they immediately have to take out loans, right? And this is because that's how then they can be extended credit, right, later in the future. But that's also how the bank, their national bank, also, like, I know it's a strange, like, sometimes, even right now, like myself, I can feel like, sometimes like, oh, how does it, it's just so then that way you can start taking out those loans, building up that credit, so that way you can start having those interchanges, right, that are important to finance, right? So the debate is between Thomas Jefferson, who doesn't want, right, who wants the United States to remain an agriculturally based economy, right? It wants to remain a producer economy, right? He's from the South, he's from Virginia, from the planter class, right? From the essentially American aristocracy, more or less, right? Um, he Jeffersonian democracy is this view that um, America should expand west, and in expanding west, it should essentially guarantee that every man, using the binary of then, right, be given, right, the ability to be a yeoman farmer, and blah, it's this very idealized view, right? But essentially, it was how to best get the United States to live up to its ideals and also, right, be a prosperous country, right? And so Jefferson wants that. He wants that as for his model. What becomes different is Hamilton takes the exact opposite view. He's like, that's great and all. However, if we don't begin to take out loans, if we don't begin to have a financial industry, right? If we don't begin to have this stuff, then we will, right, still be subjected to, right, the whims of empires like the British Empire, like the French Empire, etc. And so, therefore, right, it's imperative that the United States, like Britain, found its own national bank, the first bank of the United States, so then that way it can start to fund those things, right? This is another thing why governments don't function like households, right? Deficits, what a deficit means, more or less, right? Like when they talk about a trade deficit, very simply, is the reason why the United States has a very large trade deficit with Cambodia, for example, right? Which is why you charge all those weird tariffs, right? Is because Cambodia sells more things to the United States than it can buy. And why is that? Because the price of labor is so low, right? Cambodians cannot afford to buy finished American products, which are very expensive, right? The United States has a trade imbalance, as they call it, right? A trade deficit with Mexico, right? But the average Mexican can't afford the things that typically Americans have, right? Like, that's just not the case. Like, we can't, like, for some people, it's like, oh, you can just buy this and you can just buy that. It's like, it's not the same thing because there are premiums placed on these things too, right? And so that's one of those things that kind of sticks out when we're talking about this, is the fact that when they're talking about these deficits and these imbalances, it's like, what this means is America gets a whole bunch of products from Mexico, from Cambodia, from Chile, from around the world, and people from those countries don't, the consumers don't get that much, right? The corporations, right, they get paid, right, in dollars, and that's what allows them to then buy American things, right? And I don't want to get too deep in the weeds because I know they already said some things mistakenly. But point being that, like, that's how those deficits work, right? The reason why Cambodia has such a large trade deficit with the United States, that is to say a surplus, is because they produce more things that Americans consume than things that they can afford to buy that are produced by Americans, right? And that's the same for the entire imperialized world.
And so all seemed to be well in central banking land up to the 1950s, when central banks were still there, but high economic growth along with high inflation became the new norm. And then it got even worse in the 90s and 2000s, when financial instability seemed to make a comeback. So what happened there? To find out, consider subscribing to the channel, or even better, becoming...
Yeah, speaking of Professor Jang, which I really don't want to, but yeah, it's true that that he also focuses a lot on the petrodollar. That is true. There is problems with that. So See if this will pop up.
A previous version of this video was demonetized by manual.
Okay, so people remember Cypher. Right, otherwise known as the cynical historian. He's a fellow academic historian. Recently got done writing his book, which I haven't been able to get yet. But if you'd like to help me get a book for my own research, you can always do so by going to my Throne, and you can also go to my Ko-fi at ko-fi.com/Shakespeare, and for the international people out there, if you'd like to donate to me directly as well. We're going to be talking about the lost cause. Now, why I find it important to discuss is because I've been noticing that a lot of the lost cause stuff is kind of like popping up again, which was stuff that came up around and I think a lot of this has to do with the fact that you have a president like Trump, right, that is like, we need to put back the statues of Robert E. Lee and blah, 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 Which is strange because he wants to do it in towns where the majority of the people voted. They didn't tear it down, right? As much as people like to say that they did. They voted that this was southern towns, and they said, we don't want these statues, right? We want them in a museum, right? But of course, right, they have to make it into a culture war. Oh boy, censorship, right.
Review, despite the fact that YouTube's advertiser-friendly guidelines specifically state historical events are generally allowed to monetize, if presented within the context of a documentary or historical debate.
And again, this is why, what I bring up look, I know I'm never going to be something 10,000 concurrent. But that's not what I'm looking for, right? That's really, if it did ever happen, wow. But, at the same time, talking about history, talking about the stuff that we talk about here, and people, please always feel free to ask questions. Please do. I'm more than happy to stop and but I always try to couch things in the fact that I'm talking about something that's historical, right? And history is fundamentally about documentary evidence. So, that's the reason why. I mean, hello, I literally have the Iranian constitution right here. You know what I mean? So, yeah, none of this is,
This video is very clearly about history, and derived from a lecture I delivered in a college classroom, because this is a very important subject for American history. If that doesn't fit their advertiser guidelines...
Look, it is, and oh my gosh, that actually, okay, not quite those desks, but I did have a classroom that was kind of like that once. But it wasn't in Russia like this seems to be. Edinaya Rossiya. Yeah, it wasn't that. But it had windows like this. The anime. I'm saying this as if I watch a lot of anime. I don't. I'm sorry. I don't watch a lot of. But I do know that there's a trope in anime, right, where the protagonist sits by the window, right, kind of towards the back. I actually had a classroom that had it like that. And I did have someone sit there that actually was a very interesting person that actually was was because it was an earlier a lower division course, had more people that weren't majors taking it, but they were a history major. So, but anyway,
for educational content, then they don't know what education means. So since YouTube won't support this kind of content, please consider buying some merch or donating to my Patreon, all of which are linked in the description. Since YouTube not only doesn't support education, but is blatantly willing to violate their own advertiser-friendly guidelines. Hey, Cypher here.
I mean, I'm not surprised. I mean, I'm not even monetized on YouTube yet. Whenever that happens, hopefully soon, I would like to start getting, super chats and gems and all of that stuff. I think that's, would be great. I know some people wish that they could support in some way, and you can always do so by liking and subscribing. You can always also put this in, other Discords, right, where you're allowed to post other people's streams. That I appreciate all of that very much. But But again, if you'd like to support me in some way, for those of you on Twitch, I know y'all are about to get ads very soon, I think, or just got an ad. If you'd like to get out of those ads, suggest subscribing. You can also do, your subscription through, if you have an Amazon account, your Prime, you can get a free Prime subscription. I would be very honored if I was the one that got your sole, Prime subscription, right? Because usually people save that for the streamer that they like best. That would be very, very flattering indeed. But for those of you on YouTube, make sure to like and subscribe. If you've ever, if you'd like to help me in some way, you can always go to my Ko-Fi. I have links in my description for the stream, right? You can always help me like that, because right now this is my job.
I've talked a lot about the Lost Cause myth on this channel, mostly to denigrate it. After all, today, those who believe in it are nothing more than conspiracy theorists, and are merely spouting it off as a form of hatred. But here's the thing.
True.
It didn't start off as a hateful ideology, and has played an integral role in US history. Just as it is important to understand the origins of the Ku Klux Klan, it is important to understand the origins of the Lost Cause myth. And the fact is, it's held a pretty legitimate space in our history for a very long time, including a number of historians.
Okay, I have to admit, a great uncle of mine apparently used to be a, gosh, am I forgetting the name? Oh my god, typewriter. He used to fix typewriters, right? Like, obviously this was a long time ago, and it's great uncle, right? And I've always been like, what if I went to go visit him? Because he doesn't live in Mexico City. He lives a bit west of Mexico City. Well, actually, a couple states west-ish. He lives, not that anybody cares, but he lives over here in Querétaro. And I've always wondered if he's had like extra ones, right? He's quite, advanced in age now, but it would be cool if he had any extras. Because I do think that they're cool. There's something about typewriters and their physicality. I don't know what it is, but there's just something about it that I like, right? It's the reason why, even with computers, right? There is something to it that I like having, like a full keyboard, right? I don't really like to do the screen thing. I don't know. One, because it also makes my hands hurt, because my hands often hurt quite a bit. But I've always liked the idea of having like a typewriter. But I would want to have like one of those like really nice ones. But now they're so expensive. Oh my goodness, it's unbelievable. Not founded in hatred. See, this is, I get exactly what you're saying, because I also was like, I don't know if I would say that. Yeah, the anime protagonist. Yeah, exactly. Excuse me. Yeah. Like, I was like, if I was a student, I would sit there too. Like, I would want to sit by the window anyway, because I like sitting by windows, but the main thing was that, like, I finally had that. And it was when I didn't really quite know. Look, I'll be honest. I don't know a lot about anime. Okay, I've never really watched anime growing up. I never really, and I've already talked about this, right? I was raised a Hasidic Jew, after all, right? They're not exactly known for their, for their encyclopedic knowledge of anime. Or at least I don't know, not yet anyway. Until they start making kosher anime. But I should start that. Oh my god, imagine the money. No, I'm just joking. But there's a lot of stuff I've never watched, never really, etc. that I would like to, but I just don't even know where to start, right? And then people tell me, like, start reading One Piece, and I look at it and it's like 70,000 volumes long, and it's like, nah, that's not gonna happen.
Propounding it, and not just Woodrow Wilson, who after all was actually one of its main proponents, and we'll get to that. But I want to start this off by saying, this is an exercise in what Sun Tzu said, know thine enemy. For while we should absolutely denounce people who are spouting off this myth today,
Lost Causer,
we should realize...
What the hell is that? What was that? Was that from a video game? I've never seen that. But please, everyone know, if you have a question or if there's something that I misspeak on, please feel free to, let me know. I'm always happy to, try to answer a question. And if I don't know myself, I know other academics that maybe I could ask them or try to, give you a source that you can try to, get the answer as well.
The role the Lost Cause myth played in American history. So the Lost Cause of the Confederate States of America is a mythology that you...
Okay, I did mention this last stream, I think, but there were some Americans that came here from, I'm guessing the South. I don't know what part of the South. And it was weird because, well, what was weird was that they started, like, unfurling the Confederate flag. And, people here, I mean, it's not something you see. I'll put it like that. It's not, you don't really see that, right? Like, because it's not part of our history, right? But also, like, it's not something you really see. Like, that's not what people really think about, right? When it comes to the United States, right? They're used to the typical, right, American flag. But it was so weird to me because it's like, why come to Mexico to fly the Confederate flag? Like, just, what? I don't know. I still am just shocked by that.
...energizes the Confederacy. Since it is a mythology, it is not a clear movement. One can hold any number of tenets and be a lost causer, and not even realize it, for that's the pernicious effect of mythology. So there's some general tenets that can easily identify a...
I know people say this a lot. This is a very tenets, not tenants. I know it's that. I know people want to say tenants, but it's tenets, and I don't like to be that person, right? Like, I don't want to be that girl that's always like, well, you have to pronounce it like this. But he said it twice in a row now, like tenants, right? No N, right? No N. At the right next to the last, tenants. Okay, not tenants. Unless you're renting out to lost causers, then they're tenants.
lost causer. And all of these are often tinged with overt racism today, but that wasn't exactly always the case.
This tenant means like holder, right? Like teniente in Spanish, or lieutenant, right? Like lieutenant, right? Like that means placeholder, place haver, right? Like literally placeholder, technically, way, yeah, but...
Some of these were actually believed, and we'll see why. So the first one was that slavery was good for the slaves.
If anybody tells you this, just know. Just know. No. Just don't even accept this as a thing. It's Gmod, I think. Oh, I see. There was an old TV about a duo who drove a car with the... Yes! Oh, what is it called? The Dukes of Hazzard. Yes, I do remember that. That, like, their car had it. But, yeah, it's like... But otherwise, like, it never really shows up in Latin American TV. Like, growing up, I don't remember seeing that in stuff about America, mainly because most of the stuff about America, particularly after the post-war period, is, like, mostly super whatever. I just know from a game. Oh, I see. Hello, aerobics. Hello. Oh, I'm peeking? Oh, I'm sorry about that. Better now? It should be... I apologize. It's one I had for the PS1. Oh, okay. Like, no, this was never true.
You could see this part of myth growing
Welcome
before
back,
the South even arose. Pro-slavery advocates in the 1850s often talked about how slavery was supposedly beneficial for those who were enslaved, that it was a teaching experience as they became more civilized.
You know, what the one thing about this, I don't even know if I could even call this an argument, but like, and this isn't really like a real take, right? But you know, it's like one of those things where it's like, well, if it's so civilizing, why don't you go do it? Right? Like, oh, you know, you might hyper civilize yourself. You know what I mean? Like, it's just one of those things. Like, what are you talking about? It's better. Okay, good. Thank you so much, Estelle. I appreciate it.
Or that it was a means of fighting off socialism. And mind you, when these guys
Oh
were...
God. Okay. A means of fighting off socialism. You know what? Maybe socialism should have won if it's slavery or socialism, I don't know. Between the two, I wonder. I wonder which one I should choose, slavery or socialism. I'm gonna have to take a minute to think about that.
Referring to socialism, this is before even the likes of Karl Marx really started to take hold of the movement. So they're talking about like Saint Simon and those guys.
Oh my gosh. They don't build factories like this anymore.
The utopian socialists, as they're often called. And there's a wealth of literature about these pro-slavery advocates. For instance, you had guys like James Henry Thornwell, who, as one historian says, unlike capitalism or communism, which Thornwell believed altered social norms, he avowed that slavery was part of the social fabric and therefore unalterable. He even...
Wait. Oh my gosh, this sounds like people that are like, act like, the people take crony capitalism, like, this isn't real capitalism, this is crony capitalism, this is corporatism, blah blah blah. You sound just like this dude. Right? Who's acting like slavery is its own economic system. That's what you sound like. Like, honestly. It's capitalism. It's like, literally. Like, there's another book on my throne. Again, I'm just mentioning it. If you want to sponsor it, you can do so. If you'd like. Capitalism and Slavery. Highly recommended. Shows how literally the Industrial Revolution and all of the progress that you see in Western Europe literally could not have happened had it not been for the mass enslavement, right? Chattel slavery occurring all the way down, right, from the United States, even, other times when, all the way down to Argentina. There's nothing. It's what undergirded the rise of capitalism as we know it. So to act like somehow it's separate is the same thing, not the same thing, it's similar to when people say, this is not real capitalism, it's crony capitalism or corporatism. You sound like this. By the way, just letting you know. Like, we know that you're just making excuses for capitalism, but just know that you sound like this dude.
Believed that Southern slaves had better lives than the British working class. And you'll find a lot of that kind of rhetoric with pro-slavery Southerners in the 1850s. So of course that got incorporated into the general myth. The next part is probably the one that you'll see the most on the internet. They either downplay or deny slavery's role in the causation of the Civil War. Normally they'll cloak it with things like states' rights or Southern loyalty. And in fact they'll go out of their way to lionize Southerners' loyalty. So they'll bring up tariffs and differences in general culture and economics as if all of those issues weren't underwritten by slavery. And when talking about the Civil War itself, they emphasize Northerner aggression. In fact, sometimes you'll hear them call the Civil War the
War of Northern Aggression. The other one I've heard it is the war between the states. And I'm just like, look, y'all fired on Fort Sumter. Right? Like y'all did that in Charleston Harbor. You fired first. So if there's any aggressor here, right, it's by definition those states that seceded. So, yeah.
War of Northern Aggression. You see, they portray the war as defending their homelands, who were simply trying to become their own country after the United States had somehow failed them. And then once the war was over, of course, then they have to reconstruct Reconstruction. So they portray Reconstruction as punitive, as though the Republicans were going out of their way to destroy the South and wreak havoc just to punish the South for even having attempted to secede. They'll
One thing that they will do too is, and actually Atun Shea talks about this, which I find is I forget which one of his videos talks about this, but it's I think it's his video where he talks about Gods and Generals, which I kind of want to watch, even though it is propaganda, but I kind of want to watch it for like a movie night just because I've never watched it, but just because of hearing him talk about it, especially the part where they're like, the balmy, sultry South, right? Like, you know, it's just, I'm sorry, just, oh gosh, just hearing the, like, you know, I don't know, just something about it. Just
Especially deny the Civil Rights Act and the various Reconstruction amendments, and then portray the U.S. military, who were there to enforce the Civil Rights Acts, as a form of further punishment, even though the U.S. military was never actually a substantial presence. So those are the general tenets of the Lost Cause myth. They emphasize the good of slavery for slaves, downplay or deny slavery's role, lionize Southerners' loyalty, say the Civil War was purely Northern aggression, and portray Reconstruction as punitive by denying civil rights legislation. You can see how the whole system kind of works together, and how it's built upon racism. But as with any mythology, there is a...
Okay, this is why, like, earlier, when Ninja said, not founded in hatred, how can you say it was founded in racism but not founded in hatred? Cypher. How can it be founded in racism but not in hatred? I want to know. Cuz I don't know about you, but to me racism is pretty hateful. Just putting that out there.
Grain of truth to the Lost Cause. And going point by point, when they're saying slavery was good for slaves, what they're often complaining about is how slavery is portrayed in the media, where all slave owners are portrayed as being the absolute worst they possibly could be. Many portrayals clearly violate the slave codes that were the law at the time. Even in 1852, when Harriet Beecher Stowe published Uncle Tom's Cabin, the South went into an uproar about how the novel was completely inaccurate to...
You know, I just have to put it like this. Look, if a novel put, you know, got the South to go up in arms, right, over a novel talking about a system, that tells you a lot about that system, doesn't it? And and those people that are getting upset. That's all I'm saying, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like, why even get mad? Right? Like, oh, if it's just some novel, why even get mad? If the system doesn't actually work that way, if there aren't people that are like that, why react in this way? Right? The slave code, yeah, we're violent by design.
how slavery worked in the South. And in fact, the criticism was so strong that a year after publication, Stowe actually published a response called A Key to Uncle Tom's Cabin. The reaction to her novel was so strong that when she met with Abraham Lincoln in 1862, Lincoln said, "So you are the little woman who wrote the book that started this great war." So it is a delicate balancing act when portraying slavery, because obviously you don't want to go around saying that it was nice. But it's also easy to go too far in the other direction. And when they do that, they lend credence to the lost cause. A more
Look. This idea that we have to be, I don't know, like, I don't think, like, it's weird to then, I don't know, look, I'm just gonna put it like this. The sensibilities of white people, right, should not be what comes to the fore when trying to depict, right, the horrors of slavery. Right? If that's what lends credence to the lost cause, then I don't think it, I don't know, like, maybe my thinking on this is wrong. But I feel that isn't what, you know what I mean? Like, if we're going to talk about one of the most destructive, horrific institutions possible, and people want to emphasize the fact that there was a lot of violence involved, right? We know, we have pictures, we have these things. I find it strange to say, well, depicting it like that just aids the, like, I feel that a better way to say that is even, I think I would say this. Maybe, I don't know, I'm still thinking through it. It makes more sense to me that it doesn't matter whether you're trying to depict it like if by depicting the institution of chattel slavery in the United States, right, does anything to supposedly lend credence to the lost cause, that says something about the society in which the lost cause exists in, right? That somehow that would lend credence to it. Like, I think to me that there needs to be a more complicated analysis of that, rather than saying if you go too far to the other side, whatever that even means, that makes people, oh well, then now I'm going to believe the lost cause. Like, I don't, because then you could say that about other things, right? Like genocide, right? Like you could say that about the Holocaust. You could say that about, and people did say that about the Holocaust. People do say that about the Holocaust, right? Like, that's the problem I have with this particular thing, right? That, like, well, if you say that, then things depicting the horrors of the Holocaust, well, that's just going to lend credence to denial. They were going to deny it anyway, right? They're going to use anything, whether you are moderate or not, right? That's not the point. I don't know. I'm having a hard time saying.
Recent example is the backlash against the 1619 Project. This is a bunch of journalists, backed by the New York Times, who are creating a school syllabus focused on the legacy of slavery as the sole driver of American history. Many historians have rightly denounced this obvious sensationalism, but that's just what journalists do.
I mean, again, yeah, journalists don't necessarily make good historians, but, and I don't really know, again, because the United States is not my area of expertise. Right, I've already mentioned this before, right? Like, and if I do talk about the United States, it's almost exclusively talking about the border and stuff like that, right, in relationship to it. Like, but them creating a syllabus is different from it becoming the official paradigmatic way that it's taught, right? Like, they made a syllabus of how something should be taught. Was it actually put into effect anywhere? Not that I know of. I've never heard of it. Like, in no history department I've ever been part of have I ever seen people actually discuss using the 1619 Project. Have other people ever experienced it when in their history courses? I don't know. But yeah, journalists can contextualize history quite a lot, right? And yes, a lot of it has to do with the profit motive, for example, right? We know this. Right? This is why you have many, important and very good people that have done good journalism, right? Eventually, find out that some of that stuff was, they were stretching the truth or they were outright lying, right? And sometimes, they, lose their spot in their nighttime show and then come back a few years later, right after, But I don't know if we can just say, well, because then that goes back to that point. Well, if you depict it really badly, like all of this horror, then that somehow lends like the 1619 Project doesn't, in my opinion, lend credence to the lost cause myth. The lost cause myth already existed. 1619 was just something that was created because people want to try to, right, in response to many different things, right, wanted to make a syllabus that put, right, like, race relations of the United States at the forefront, right? Like, that's what it seems like to me. And one of those things is, of course, the history of slavery in the United States. I don't know. I could be completely wrong. I would love a 1619 Project 2.0 by historians who can communicate to the public. Yeah, like, I would appreciate that much more, right? Like, fine, okay, yeah, the journalists, they didn't do a good job, right? But they're journalists, like, of course they're gonna, like, I can't even imagine, and I don't know, but I know some people like to put novels on these syllabuses, right? They like to put novels in there that aren't necessarily historically accurate, as opposed to putting like a seminal novel, like for example, like Uncle Tom's Cabin. That's one thing, but like contemporary novels written about that is a different thing, right? Because then because then you're historicizing the novel, as opposed to as much as I appreciated their work, the journalists could at least have consulted faculty. Right, exactly. Like, even myself, like, I've had to ask colleagues of mine, like, hey, like, what do you recommend? Because, sometimes you have to teach, right, a more generalized history course, right? And even though my expertise is mainly on, like, Mexican Americans, when it does come to the United States, I've mentioned this before, it's obviously going to be related to Latin America, to Latinos, right? All of that stuff, right? That I can talk about that, right? But if you wanted me to talk about, German immigration to, the northern United States, I can't. I don't know. I can recommend a book or two, right? But I'm not the person to ask for that. I would gladly give you, someone's email to go ask that question, right? Because I don't know. That's not my area of expertise. So it seems weird for people that. For them to do that without consulting faculty, especially when do people realize how important these types of projects are to faculty? Like, the faculty want to partake in these things because so the way how a faculty contract usually works, right, is usually it's 60% teaching. No, pardon me, 60% research, 40% teaching. Or something like that, and then 60% teaching, 30%. Oh my god, I'm getting it all confused. 60% research, 30% teaching, 10% service. Right? That is what your contract. That's the kind of pie graph. Apologize for that service, right? Yeah, that's kind of how contracts at seminaries work, right? Yeah, same thing like a yeshiva. Like I had to divide up sort of my time between like rabbinical studies and then this and then that, right? Like, yeah. In this case, that 10%, which can be more, which can be less, it really depends, right? Professors want to do that. I would want to do that. Like, if something was talking about, like, oh, let's talk about, like the history of, immigration in the United States, I would be like, gosh, I would love to be one of the academics to be considered for something. I probably will never be, but still, that's something that, would be interesting, right? Like, they want to help in this, right? Because they want people to learn, especially because something that's so nuanced and that's so not nuanced in the like, oh, we need to inject nuance in it, but like it's actually historically complicated thing to discuss. Also, for those of you on Twitch, I just want to let you know you're about to get a 1-minute ad break. So if you'd like to get out of that ad break, you can always subscribe to my Twitch channel, so that way you can get out of the ad break. Another thing too is if you'd like to support me in some other way, you can always support me by way of my research, by helping me get this book, Predatory States. The article I released today on my Patreon is about U.S. imperialism in Latin America, particularly Guatemala. And you can always go to my Patreon. If you would like to become a patron, I'm more than welcome to that. But my articles, I believe knowledge should not be behind a paywall. They're always free to read, right? But only after you take care of yourselves. I should not be the first thing, right? If you can take care of yourselves, if you've already, done all the stuff you need to do on your end, then, consider, subscribing, right, on pay, becoming a patron. You do get a tag on Discord. There also is now going to be like a supporters chat as well, that just got created, and a VC as well. So there's also that too. But yeah, and if you'd like to support me in any other way, you can always go to my Cash App, Venmo, or Ko-fi. So anyway, back to the video.
Understandably, such sensationalism fuels lost causer retrenchment, since now they have proof of people using inaccuracies for political pandering. Engaging in the same sensationalism as Stowe allows lost causers to deny history, which becomes especially pronounced when they downplay or deny slavery's role in the Civil
I mean, again, I feel like this is too much like, like when, like this again, I'm not saying that Cypher is necessarily wrong. Like, I don't want it to seem like, oh, I'm disagreeing as such with him and his work. No, instead I'm disagreeing with some of these premises. Like, it doesn't matter whether it's sensationalist or not, right? Like, the fact that it was even created, right, causes a problem. I mean, just look at the stuff regarding, like, right-wing figures now, right? It doesn't matter. Like, it could be something as, like, meek and mild, right? It doesn't matter. They will sensationalize it themselves, right? The fact that something is sensational already, right? Just, if anything, can possibly be used against them, possibly. I'm not going to say, oh yes, it provides you with that chance. It can. I'm not saying it will, but it could. But only if you're effective at working through those things. But I don't think this idea that therefore we can never have people that, hyperbolize something, because then that's, I don't like this terminology because it's very like online debate bro stuff, but it's tone policing, right? Like that's more or less what this is, right? Am I wrong in that? Is tone policing?
War. The grain of truth there is that the causes of the Civil War are super complicated. In fact, all wars are extremely complicated.
Of course.
That's why historians argue about what the causes were even to this day. But ultimately, slavery was at the root of the major causes of secession. In fact, the declarations of secession make that pretty clear, because they simply can't stop talking about how...
Again, literally one of the most important that I believe it's the vice president of the Confederacy said, right, is like, or someone else also said, right, that like, that they are standing up for the rights to own this species of property.
Slavery is their way of life, and that it's threatened by Abraham Lincoln being elected.
Of course, Florida. So, try to tell me, this is just one of these, right? Try to tell me that this wasn't about slavery, right? I don't even want to read this, but you can read that this free government all white men are and of right ought to be entitled equal civil and political rights. That the servitude, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not going to read through the rest of it, but you know what I mean? Like, they were willing to fight for this, right? When someone says it was about states' rights, and it's like, right, states' rights as recognized by all Christian nations, right? Yeah. And isn't it strange too how they say that the world only has, well, I don't know if they're saying the whole world, but it is strange that they say between the two races, right? There's white and there's black. And that's it, right? That sort of speaks to it's the origins of whiteness and blackness being, right, in colonialism and domination, right? But it's the reason why, like, someone was making a joke. To make fun of lost causers, if someone was saying like the SpongeBob movie was about states' rights, which is, it's not, but.
The vice president of the Confederacy made it quite clear in what is called the Cornerstone Speech what role slavery took in Southern secession. He said, "The Confederacy's foundations are laid. Its cornerstone rests upon the great truth that the Negro is not equal to the white man, that slavery, subordination to the superior race, is his natural and normal condition."
And then everybody clapped. Actually, You know, like I know that that's a meme, but that actually happened. Everybody did clap, and it was to that. There are so many old Protestant hymns with the phrase "chosen race." It's not even funny. Oh gosh, like that's one of the things too that I just like. It's a very complicated history, but it's gosh, I wish I could remember the book, but it's something about how like Christianity created this idea of Jewish chosenness, right? Like people like to think that the Jewish people already saw themselves as, but that was something that Christians, they needed the Jewish people to be chosen so that then they could claim, well, now we're the chosen ones, right? That's one of the issues with really Methodist hymnals. I was trying to find a hymnal that actually had the hymn bringing in the sheaves, because I can't find any that actually has that song, that hymn, like the original hymn. Baptists have it, I think. Oh, I guess I can see that.
This, our new government, is the first in the history of the world based upon this great physical, philosophical, and moral truth.
Again, think about what they're saying. This new government, in the history of the world, right? This is their version of American exceptionalism, right? But this is Confederate exceptionalism. Meanwhile, let's look over here. Let's look at the horrible, horrible Iranian constitution. Let's see here. Let's say that the general principle of the government of Iran is, among other things, the negation of all kinds of oppression, authoritarianism, or the acceptance of domination, which secures justice, political, economic, social, and cultural independence and national unity, among other things. I know that there's one where they specifically essentially say that like all forms of subordination, and again, I'm not trying to hold up the Islamic Republic as some great thing, but it's like, remember, Lost Causes are proud about this, right? Which is a horrific, thing, right? And yet, right? Yeah. That's all I'm gonna say for now.
So while the causes are complicated, they almost always boil down to slavery in one way or another. In return for this obvious problem with their myth, Lost Causers tend to emphasize the loyalty of soldiers. They say that's not why most Confederate soldiers were fighting. They fought out of loyalty to their state. But why a soldier fights doesn't change the casus belli. A casus belli, as in the cause of a war, is always complicated.
Oh my gosh, I like how it translates it to causes belli. Yes, it causes belly. Yeah, support for the Confederacy causes belly. I can come on in like an hour if you want. I didn't realize you were streaming. Yeah. No worries. I was gonna DM you, but then I realized that I don't have what's it called? Just 1 second. Just 1 second. Oh, Discord. It's always acting weird for me. Apologize. Again, I have an old computer, so... Said in an hour? That's fine. I was thinking if you want to read something, we can. It's more than fine with me. see. Okay. Sorry, I've just have to sign in apparently. So, you have many options. Yeah, choose something that you'd like. It's totally fine with me. Either way. At least now I can use the soundboard. Because, you know, eventually we will have to. The rope of Allah. Yeah, so there's that. Soundboard. But yeah. But anything works for me. So.
What the soldiers believe on the ground doesn't matter to that casus belli. Plus, you'll find that a lot of Confederate soldiers actually did believe they were fighting for slavery, and emphasized that in their journals, as in something that they were writing for themselves. So we can glean their motivations pretty well from that, and yeah, many of them
I forget who it was that wrote that it's actually kind of strange how when we write in our diary/journals that like we write as though we understand that it will be read by someone, right? Like we write as though, right, with this understanding that like we have to explain and say I did this and I did that and I think this and I do, right? It's like a very interesting article, I believe.
We were very much fighting for slavery. They saw that Lincoln's election might threaten that peculiar institution, as they called it, but in either case, it doesn't matter what the soldiers believe. Here's a fellow YouTuber who's actually spent a lot of time talking about this specific subject, making a bit about responding to comments, saying exactly this part of the myth.
Checkmate, Lincolnites! This perspective is so biased. Yes, slavery was in the mix, but South really complex. And not every Southern Red fought for slavery. Hell, even Confederate generals were against the practice. So do a big homeworks on it.
That's a lie. Most Confederate generals absolutely approved of slavery, and your average Confederate soldier knowingly fought to preserve it.
No, they didn't.
Yes, they did.
No, they didn't.
Yes, they did.
I don't give a rat's ass about them rich Southern politicians whose aims were to preserve slavery. They should have been hanged. But the common soldier didn't give a shit about slaves or slavery. They were too poor.
Yeah, here's the thing, and I know you're not going to want to hear this, but they did give a shit. Multiple books have been written about this topic.
That is such marching masters, yes, and also why the Confederates fought. Oh gosh, did that come out in the 90s? That book, why Confederates fought. It kept talking about Virginia. It literally made me order. So you know how like if you go to different states, right? You can get like travel maps, right? Like when you stop at like a rest stop. That made me order a map of Virginia because it was talking about such specific places. And then this was before I went to go live in Washington, D.C. So I was like, I don't know where any of these places are. So, you know, I was like, I need to know where Culpeper is. I need to know where, you know, all this stuff is. And so that was one of those things that, you know.
Yeah, Confederate soldiers went to war for a variety of reasons. Were they defending their homes and families?
Did you see that one? Did you see that one, Boy Meets Minnie? At some point, I gotta show you how to use Video Ninja. It's good for inviting guests on and sharing a video. Okay. Dudes being blog posting back then, true. But did you see that one? The one about Christianity? Let me go back like 10 seconds.
But they did give a shit. Multiple books have been written about this topic. Yeah, Confederate soldiers went to war for a variety of reasons.
That one, by Charles Irons. I think that one would be interesting for you to read. Boy Meets Minnie. Let's see. White and black evangelicals in the colonial and in antebellum Virginia. Virginia is just such an interesting place, right? Like if you ever wanna read it and talk about it and like talk through it, I would be glad to like coordinate that. Like, you know, I will have to put it on my throne, but you know, it is one of those things. Right now, I have to put stuff on throne, but you know, I think it would be cool to talk about that, about sort of American religion and its attitude towards slavery, because I've always actually wanted to research the fact that there, you know, I mean, of course, there's the infamous Judah Benjamin, right, who was one of the ministers of the South, right, of the Confederacy, who was Jewish, right? And so I've always wanted to kind of research a bit more into that about like why, stuff like that. And it's not for all the stupid conspiracy theories, but it would be interesting to talk about it from an interfaith perspective for sure.
Were they defending their homes and families from invasion? Yes, but they also believed that preserving slavery was in the Confederacy's best interest.
His channel is called Atunshi Films, so be sure to go over and check out his channel. There's a whole lot of stuff like that, and it's pretty entertaining. Anyways, in terms of northern aggression, the grain of truth here is actually about perspective. So think about it this way. A rebellion is only a revolution when it's successful. We might call it the War of the Rebellion, but to a Southerner at the time, they'd argue that the Confederacy was a completely sovereign entity, even though it was not recognized by the Union. And therefore, any military action, whether...
See, this is one of the things that people do have to understand, and this is like, international law is an interesting thing here. Like, people keep saying, like, oh, it's not a country, or whatever, blah, blah, blah. X is not a country. It's like, the Confederacy was not a country because no country recognized the Confederate States of America. In fact, that's what they were trying to do. If Britain or France, or preferably both in their eyes, would have recognized the Confederacy, that would mean that the United States would be then having to deal with a country that is accepted as sovereign, right? That's why when the treaty that defined the border, not the entire border, but the border between China and India, and this is something that, that it was done and ensconced in international law, that's forever, right? Because that becomes the internationally recognized, right? Like, that's something that, like, again, I get why some people, but it's like, literally, the Confederacy was never viewed as anything other than a rebelling part of the United States, as opposed to a sovereign country, because no other power, right, no other country ever recognized it as being sovereign, right? Its sovereignty was never recognized. If they maintain territory, it's a fit to me. No, I get that. I totally get that. That there's one definition which is based in this idea of effective control. Totally understand that. That is one thing that definitely comes into this, right? But, right, there's also this idea that, like, even if, like, there was, like, a government in exile, right, like, during the Second World War, right, that doesn't mean that, like, Norway, right, like, let's just say Norway, right, let's say that the monarchy, because the monarchy did leave, right, that, like, Norway stops to exist as a concept, right, or as a country, right, because it's under occupation. It's an occupied Norway, right, with the government in exile. So it can also, like, that's why I think effective control is one thing in international law that, yes, is part of it, but it's more complex, right? And that's why I'm not disagreeing with you, Kat. I think that's but the main thing was that they actually couldn't really keep a lot of hold of anything. I mean, that's one of the reasons why they were able to be defeated by the two big sort of cuts through the Confederacy, right? Really, it was Northern Virginia, where had they not, defeated Robert E. Lee, right? Especially after Chancellorsville, but the whole, all of that stuff. Anyway, I don't want to get too into that, but if the Army of Northern Virginia wouldn't have essentially become the only thing keeping the Confederacy alive, then it would have been a bit different. But because, like, the Trans-Mississippi Department, it didn't really have effective control of anything, because really only East Texas even, but yeah, if it maintains territory, that's the concept of effective control.
Or peaceful or not, can be interpreted as aggression. That means maintaining forts, supplying those forts, and pretty much everything that happened at Sumter. They'd argue they were defending their homeland, that maintaining it as a Union fort was an act of aggression, which is their justification for shooting first, regardless of the fact that wouldn't be considered a just cause, even at the time. And then there's some...
Again, this is the thing. Even back then, international law, right? Like, this is something that the United States... Interesting enough, the fact that the United States now is acting like the Confederate States then says a bit says quite a bit, right? Like Norman Finkelstein has been saying this a bit, and I mean, I just happened to watch like an interview he was in lately, but he talks about how the Vietnam War, right? Like there was this idea, right, in during the Vietnam War, or what got the United States into the Vietnam War, right, which is the Gulf of Tonkin incident, right? So it was this idea that the United States got aggressed upon, right? It was to put something that was supposed to be a casus belli, right? And in particular, this idea that if you were attacked, that gives you the right to self-defense, right? The Confederate States of America, right, they said this fort in the middle of the harbor, right, which really couldn't do much, to be quite honest. Like Buchanan sent, I think it was called like the Northern Star, something like that, Star of the North or something, like a merchant ship to try to give provisions, but they ended up shooting at it because they didn't know that was being sent by the president to, give them rations and such. But the point being that there are all of these incidents where, in order to justify starting a war, this idea is that you cannot be the aggressor. You cannot be seen as the aggressor, right? That's something that now has totally changed with the United States now, which in a strange way makes it like the Confederate States, right? They fired on Fort Sumter. They did the thing that you're not supposed to do, which is fire the first shot, right? And you see this with Iran, you see this with many other places. But
further parts to that in the way that the war itself was conducted. For instance, there was the Anaconda Plan, in which the US blockaded itself. Now, according to international law at that point in time, and even today, a blockade can only be erected on a sovereign entity, at least if other countries are supposed to abide by that blockade.
Exactly. Like, again, I understand why people are like, well, it maintain technically, like, unless this is one of those weird things where it's like international law, even then applied. In fact, what's interesting about Japan is that before everything that happened during World War II, right, and actually what could be called, what is often called the Second Sino-Japanese War, which is 1937. So before the war that most people count as the Second World War, but some people argue is the first part of the Second World War, right? Just the part in Asia, is the fact that initially, when they were first building up their armed forces and stuff, they actually would take lawyers in international law with them to ensure that what they did fell within international law, right? And that is something that that you hear people say, right? They call them JAGs, right? But that is something that still showcases how international law works, which is that there are lawyers there that are supposed to help determine whether or not any military action was justified under international law, right? And in this case, this also happened with what is called the the Fort Monroe Doctrine, I think is what it's called. And essentially what it said is that if they considered escaped slaves, right, that the Union happened to, that happened to cross into Union camps, right, that they would be considered contraband of war. Now, this was a problem for Abraham Lincoln, right, because his whole thing was, I do not recognize the Confederate States of America, right, as a sovereign country. Therefore, we cannot see them as contraband, right, of war, because that would be seeing them as though they were the spoils of an opposing party, right, the state party. And I know it seems like but again, these things, in a sense, do matter. For precisely because something like a blockade, right? Which we see, the United States trying to do now, right? Is something that, again, technically, in a legal sense, can, at least at this point, could only happen against, like, the United States could blockade Britain because Britain is a sovereign nation. Britain could blockade the United States, etc., etc., etc. But to do it against technically what is considered internationally as its own territory, it's not, right, lawful.
So in effect, the Anaconda Plan was a tacit admittance of Southern sovereignty.
Exactly.
This really gets reinforced when the Union started using a total war strategy. With things like the destruction of Sherman's march, it becomes very easy to argue that the North is the aggressor. Of course, that forgets that people like the beloved Stonewall Jackson advocated total war strategy from the beginning of the war to attack the Union.
This is one of those things, too, where Europeans actually didn't think that there was much to learn from the United States Civil War, right? And one thing is that, one, they were completely wrong, because World War I happened. Right? But it's interesting because they thought Europe is completely different from the United States in this following way. We do not have to think about having to fight in these long, multiple theaters, right, in the same way that the United States does. And it's strange how, like, not even that far, not that long after this, that's exactly what they had to do, right? Like, these long, the Western Front and the Eastern Front of World War I and World War II, right? Like, they did have to do all of those things, and it was total war. So the fact that you had someone advocating for total war from day one, right, speaks to...
He wanted to destroy his own hometown. And of course, all of this stuff about sovereignty and aggression completely misses the fact that sovereignty must be earned internationally. Anyone can claim to be a sovereign entity, but without the recognition of one's peers, that sovereignty doesn't truly exist. And the South completely failed in that regard. No major power recognized them as a sovereign entity. They certainly tried with Britain and France, but those negotiations went nowhere. So ultimately, they can argue that there was Northern...
Also, one thing, too, I just want to note is that this actually is why cotton production in India and Egypt then boomed and replaced the dependence that Britain and France had on American cotton, right? Like, up until this point, Britain's mills, right, its factories, were particularly important was their textile mills, right? Which is why they had a hunger for cotton, right? After this is when they are then able to produce it within their own empire, and,
aggression. But the sovereignty of the Confederacy was never recognized. And finally, we get to Reconstruction. Now, they'll point out immediately that some congressmen really did want to punish the South, that they wanted to demote all Southern states to being territories and make it incredibly difficult for them to be readmitted into the Union. Of course,
look, I gotta say, do people really think that that was such a, like, considering everything that happened, right, with the Civil War? With that, there are countries that have done things like this, right? And it's strange to see it if you only look at the United States and you only see, like, the United States as this one planet, one might say. Is it really that difficult to think that perhaps would have been something that might have lended a positive result if they would have tried to be readmitted as be territories, have to be readmitted, and that involved them having to whatever you want to call it, right? Like, undo the institutions of slavery and all of its after effects, right? Again, there are people that would say that's wrong, right? Would say that should be done, right? But I think, to me, we shouldn't just, like, dismiss it out of hand because it was something that was thought of seriously, right? Like, that idea is something that Like, for example, like New Mexico. Like, I always go back to examples like this. New Mexico, they were unwilling to allow it to become a state, right? So instead they allowed Arizona to become a state because it was able to get a majority Anglo-white population. So instead they split the New Mexico territory in half, and they waited another decade until 51% of the population was Anglo-American, right? Even though, there were white Hispanic people or Hispanos or Spanish Americans, they did not see them as being racially at the same level as Anglo-Americans. So until you had a Anglo-white majority, only then did New Mexico become a state. Same thing with Hawaii. It's with every state in the Union. They never became states unless they had that. So this idea that that's so unthinkable that they would do something like that, like demote them and make them have to when they had been given so many privileges prior to the Civil War, right? Like all of this extra power, right, that the Three-Fifths Compromise, right, let them have, right? Like think about all of the seats in Congress, right, that were unduly given to the southern states, right, giving them all of this power and all of these votes when they represented people that they viewed as property, right, and as 3/5 of a person. Right? Like, the amount of people in Congress should have been something taken into account as well. Right? Something, to actually speak to those facts, right?
Looking at the declared motives of individuals denies the clear civil rights spirit of Reconstruction legislation. The 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments were all Reconstruction amendments. The first Civil Rights Act in American history was because of Reconstruction. The second was because of Reconstruction. The Enforcement Acts, the Military Reconstruction Acts, all were designed to promote civil rights. Now they'll point to states' rights, where this is an actual argument that Reconstruction was about states' rights, as in the right to come back into the Union, and it had nothing to do with civil rights. And that was something that was being pushed by radical Republicans to cause some sort of retribution. They portray the violence of Reconstruction as retributive, and not that you've got Klansmen going around and terrorizing black people, but the other way around somehow. As in, the newly freed slaves were going to turn around and massacre white people, similarly to what happened in Haiti after their revolution. But here's the thing, no servile insurrection ever happened. So the fear of retributive violence...
this is something that's always brought up all the time, right? In fact, I remember this is another channel that talks about this, that the planter class, right, the aristocracy essentially of the United States, right, they were all classically educated. And so they knew about Spartacus and blah, blah, blah. And it's just like, you don't have to be classically educated to know, right, that maybe slavery is bad because reasons, right? The same as Cypher is talking about here, like, there were riots and insurrections against black people, not the other way around, right? It's very similar to the history of Palestine, where it's never been the Palestinians that have ever transgressed in any way that is commensurate to whatever the Zionists/Israelis have ever done. Ever. Right? Like, the fact that they would be willing to live in one state with all of the Israelis, right, to all live together in one state democratically, is one of those things that shows that there is reason why you should have revolutionary optimism because of things like that. Because it's just like unbelievable to me that people would want that, right, to some extent. But also, it's not unbelievable because that's actually one of the more revolutionary positions to take. Right, in their own case, right, I would say. Yeah, classic Republicans, yeah, it's just racism, exactly.
Simply is unfounded. So while there is a grain of truth, as with all myths like this, that grain of truth is a pretty small one, but it only takes a pebble to create a sand dune. Interestingly enough, the Lost Cause didn't just coalesce in a fully fledged ideology like it is today. As with any kind of abstraction, it has to be built over time. So right after the Civil War, many Southerners felt the need to explain why they seceded. In fact, one of these first books was called The Lost Cause in 1866 by Edward A. Pollard. 4 years later, when Robert E. Lee died, one of the eulogies written for him by Jubal Early practically defined what the Lost Cause would be. But by 1870, it wasn't that strong of an ideology. It would take another few decades for the Lost Cause to be widely accepted.
I mean, like, one of the probably most famous, I guess, sort of cultural products that is the Lost Cause propaganda would be, what's it called? Am I forgetting it? It's Something in the Wind. Why? Something in the Wind. I can't remember it. Not Call of the Wind. Anyway, I can't remember right now, but it's something about the wind. Not Call of the Wind. I remember.
But it became more and more accepted as Confederates
the one that has Scarlett O'Hara. That one. What's it called? I could remember. But it's like a huge novel, and it's set in the antebellum South, and it sort of idealizes the kind of life that was there. But it's title right now.
Joining each other in reunions.
Or is it Call of the Wind? No.
And writing memoirs. These guys emphasized their service and patriotism.
Gone with the Wind. Thank you. It's Gone with the Wind. Thank you so much, Estelle. Gone with the Wind. Yeah, that's it. That one is a very big important Lost Cause propaganda novel, right? Because it sort of shows this almost like prelapsarian view of the antebellum South, mainly because it focuses almost exclusively on the planter class, right? But its depictions, of other things too, sort of showcase, right? Like, I don't know, just things that are just historically quite incorrect.
He reinforced the Lost Cause as a consequence. The ex-president of the Confederacy, Jefferson Davis, started doing speaking tours in the 1880s and completing his own history of the Confederacy, and all of this helped the Lost Cause gain notoriety. Eventually, people started making remembrances and political connections. So for instance, you had Confederate Decoration Day, the origin of our Memorial Day, which interestingly enough,
I think that's interesting that a lot of people don't know this, right? That, like, Memorial Day, as we know it, started off as Confederate Decoration Day. And now, right, like, especially because we're now in the month of May, right, and this is at the end of May, right, like, that's literally where it comes from them putting little Confederate flags on the graves of their, of the fallen.
Confederate Decoration Day actually began before Union Decoration Day. And the main idea is that everybody would go out and stick little flags and decorations on the graves of the fallen. By the way, this is not actually the Confederate flag, but a distortion of the Confederate Jack. The flag that you're used to seeing in terms of the Confederate flag was never actually the Confederate flag, so they can't even get that right. Then, towards the end of Reconstruction, you had Redeemer Democrats. Now, these guys wanted to redeem the South for white supremacy, because the civil rights legislation of Reconstruction had actually allowed a great deal of freedom for ex-slaves. And of course, when coming from a group that emphasized white supremacy, they'd want to go back to that. And so Redeemer Democrats wanted to redeem the South by making it white supremacist again. But in doing so, they couldn't be as overt as...
I think people know what, like, especially if you're, like, on the left, right? Like, it's weird to say they were going to make it white supremacist again. It still was white supremacist. Like, I don't, like, just because there wasn't slavery, chattel slavery, technically slavery is still legal under the 13th Amendment, just only as a punishment for a crime. But this is one of those things where it's like, come on, like, white supremacy is the whole system. It's the whole thing. Like, one aspect of the whole thing does not make it not white supremacist. Like, slavery is not the only thing that is white supremacists. Oh yeah, they have Yama. Yeah,
they were during the Confederate days. So they had to come up with new disenfranchisement laws. You couldn't have guys riding around in masks intimidating black people from voting. Instead, you had to do it in much more subtle ways. So you had groups like the Red Shirts and the White League committing terrorism as a component of the Redeemers. In effect, the terrorists drove the black...
If I remember correctly, the Red Shirts... Was it the Red Shirts that it later inspired? No, I don't know. I can't remember.
...black vote away, while the Redeemers came up with legislation to disenfranchise that black vote. And in doing so, they could legitimize the lost cause, because black people were no longer given a voice. So this New South could say all kinds of wacky stuff about slavery being good for slaves and whatnot, because they had no countervailing voices to contradict them. And finally, in 1889, a group formed called the United Confederate Veterans. This was much like the Grand Army of the Republic, but for Confederate soldiers. And
oh gosh, like, I'm sorry, like, okay. Like, there are some people that they love to do, like, what's it called? Like, reenactments. I'm sorry, but those hats are just,
as those soldiers started dying off, there were offshoots like the Sons of Confederate Veterans and the United Daughters of the Confederacy, and especially...
Like, this is what I hate too. It's like, oh, see, we're so oppressed. We can't ever do... Girl, you literally have this big-ass building. You know what I mean? In fact, what's it called? The Southern Society of History or something? I forget what it was called, but it was something like that. LARPing? Yeah, I guess like LARPing too. But like, I mean, they do that, but there's also like reenactors, right? Like Civil War reenactors, like that's actually a thing in the United. Like they just take it so seriously. Like, my gosh, like, okay. Like you know, like they want to know like beard measurements. It's like, oh, it has to look exactly like, you know, it's like okay, like, you know. But like, you know, it's like the people that try to say like, oh, you know, the woke, whatever, blah, blah, blah. It's like, I'm sorry, but there is no institution, right, that is that is sort of anti-racist, that is, you know, has ever had any, that has the type of legitimized institutionalization of like the Daughters of the Confederacy or any of the other things, right? Like the fact that they're still around and still get lots of money and still do tons of things and have these fancy buildings built for them, right? It's like, you know, that's the reason why I just can't, I don't know. Yeah, and then obviously, yeah, the KKK, right?
The UDC played an integral role in pushing remembrance and political connections. So these groups would sponsor statues and picnics and various events.
Yes, they were the ones that actually were the ones pushing to build statues, the Daughters of the Confederacy. So, because, like, a lot of people like to act like, oh, like, these statues were, like, when they were alive, like, when Robert E. Lee was alive or whatever. It's like, no, these statues are actually not that old. Like, if that's what, like, some people think, like, they were from the time of the Confederacy, but honestly, the Confederacy couldn't afford to lose all of that metal, right? So...
all of which pushed the lost cause forward.
Also, what other country, right, tolerates, like, the actual movement that was subverting, right, the country, that was actually, right, broke away from the country, that actually killed, right, innocent people, that was fighting for, you know, all of these different things. Like, what other country would tolerate this, right? Like, the fact that it is tolerated says so much about the United States, right? Like, this is why I have a problem with this view that, like, oh, somehow white supremacy ended when slavery ended. Like, no, of course not, right? The fact that people can still feel proud and can still feel, right, like, all of this importance to the Confederacy, and that they are not seen, right, in the way how people of other civil wars in other countries, that in many ways are far more consequential in their nation's histories, right, are reviled and, you know, could never do something like this, right? Yeah, white exceptionalism. Well, you know.
But simultaneously, when these statues and picnics started going up, so too did Jim Crow. For the Redeemer Democrats had finally redeemed the South.
By the way, so Jim Crow is what existed particularly in it was the United States South. What existed in the Southwest, right, like, the West and Southwest, right, like California, is often called Juan Crow, right? Or Juan Crow, right? Because they also did this, but they also did it for Mexicans as well, right? Like they also did it there too. And this is not because, somehow they're in competition with one another. No. It's the fact that the oppression transcended, right, just those two races, white and black. I'm trying to see if I can find where it talks about this. If I can't find it, I'll just... Oh, here it is. The first men... we're going to talk a little bit about La Migra here, right? The first men hired as Border Patrol officers were transfers from the Mounted Guard for Chinese inspectors. 24% of the original 104 Border Patrolmen were hired on the 1st July 1924. Were transfers of the Mountain Guard. These officers carried their experiences of enforcing the Chinese Exclusion Acts into the formation of the U.S. Border Patrol. Among them was Jefferson Davis Milton, a legendary officer who is still remembered as the father of the U.S. Border Patrol. Born at the dawn of the Civil War to a large slave-owning family, Jefferson Davis Milton grew up in the defeated South. His father died soon after his birth, but had been the governor of Florida, and named his son after his close friend and the president of the Southern Confederacy, Jefferson Davis. After the war, the Milton family struggled to live life as they always had. The end of slavery had broken the foundations of their world. In the past, they had lived lives of leisure and plenty, but after the war, many of their black field hands fled the plantation, forcing the Milton family to take to the fields. At the age of 16, Jeff decided he wanted more adventure than plantation life could offer, so he headed to West Texas and helped found La Migra, right? So you can see that they're interrelated, right? That's what, I mean, his name is literally Jefferson Davis Milton. You know what I mean? Like the connection between these things is just, But besides that, it's another thing too, that there was also this concept of Juan Crow, right, that existed in the... Why is the font... I know, right? It does look kind of weird. I thought that too. Yeah, the U.S. is white core. Yeah, at its core. It's like when you first arrive to the United States, immediately you're just like,
we literally have demons descending on us right now.
So, and we literally do have demons descending on.
By segregating it. But for the most part, this remained a Southern thing prior to the 20th century. But at the turn of the century, there was a real need to unify the nation. When the U.S. declared war on Spain in 1890...
Yeah, no, I know you meant on the statue. I know, the font looked really weird. Yeah, no, I remember that. I know he didn't mean the water thing. I know.
1998, President McKinley purposely chose ex-Confederate General Joe Wheeler as head of the Cavalry Division, thereby symbolically reunifying the nation.
And yes, that is Teddy Roosevelt right there. That is Teddy Roosevelt. But yes, they hired I mean, you know what I mean? Like, again, this is like, when West Germany immediately just like let, former Nazis immediately just lead, the Wehrmacht, right? Or the Bundeswehr, I should say. Right? It's like, that's what they did with this dude, right? To go attack where? Cuba.
Through an ex-Confederate. The Civil War had defined what the United States was as a nation, and the Lost Cause allowed historians to explain away how a nation once divided could unify again. You see, the Lost Cause was ultimately nationalized by historians. The U.S. history profession was a fairly new thing. For instance, the first history PhD in the United States was only earned in 1882.
Again, I really want to, and yes, like I'm a member of the AHA, right? The American Historical Association, right? Like, this is the foremost association for American historians. There's also an equivalent in Mexico, right? I'm part of that one too. But yeah, like history as a profession, right? Like the idea of a professional academic historian is something that is very new, and that's something people like before, and the people that really brought it to become understood as its own discipline, right? Like people talk about Herodotus, people talk about the Thucydides and such and such, right? Or they'll talk about gosh, why am I blanking on his stuff here? He wrote the lives of the Romans, of the Caesars. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Roman historians too, right? Point being, right, that they act like, oh, it was always a profession that you could do, right? It's like, no. It only really became professionalized in the 19th century, and at that time, this is something like I've talked about before with Benedict Anderson, all of the histories were triumphalist national histories, right? So what does this mean? It meant that the history, as we understand it, that was being written in the 19th century was, right, revisionist in that it looked back, it revised, right, it reviewed, right, the past, and tried to create a homogeneous narrative, right, that got rid of all of the heterogeneous elements and said that, oh, we have this direct connection to this point in the past. And that's one of the things, like, as a profession, as an academic discipline, that's something that this history has been. There's so many forms of history, right? Like, for example, Daedalus, right? Military history, right? Me, cultural history, and I used to do some economic history, right? Like, very different stuff, but still, right? It's one of those things that we do have to deal with the fact that, when we're talking about a lot of things, then we look at 19th century sources. It's incumbent upon us to be critical of the fact that those sources are being used, because there are many assumptions in them, right?
American Historical Association was founded in 1884, and at that point in time, the history profession generally followed Leopold von Ranke's model. So they wrote histories of the nation, and wrote it backwards as if that nation always existed.
Exactly. Oh my gosh, yes, exactly. That is precisely, if you read all of this, is why I'm saying it's a revisionist history, because it's reviewing, right? Revision, right? Reviewing, right? The past, right? And acting as though, and the thing is that stuff still, just yesterday, I was in a VC and people were talking about, oh, it's in my blood, oh, it's this, oh, it's that, oh, it's just the way how this are, oh, oh, well, these people are the descendants of the Romans. Blah, 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 blah. It's like the 19th century and all of the stuff, even my own research, like, you're literally just showing that it hasn't gone away yet, right? Like, thinking that blood somehow transmits personality traits or other things. It's like, no. No, it's actually not in your blood.
History was founded as a nation-building project, and of course the lost cause got muddled in with all of that. So you had folks like Theodore Roosevelt and Frederick.
I know a lot of people that they say
as if that nation always existed. History.
See, like the British are a perfect example of this, right? Where they essentially make the English as if more or less there was always some Englishness that goes all the way back, or the French, there was always some Frenchness that went all the way back. Right, or German, right? There was, this is the reason why later on in the 20th century, right, they were able to take the writings of Tacitus, right, who wrote Germania, who never went to Germania, right, but just wrote all of these things about, oh, these tribes are the most, whatever, the coolest, right, they're so chill, right, that people to this day act as though, like, that's a real description of Germanic tribes, and moreover, that somehow those people that are being discussed are related to the people that live in Germany now, right?
Was founded as a nation-building project, and of course the lost cause got muddled in with all of that. So you had folks like...
I've seen a lot of people say that, like, Theodore Roosevelt is, like, one of those examples of twink death. I don't even know what to say to that, but I just, like, when I see this picture, I'm like, I just... have heard it like more than 5 times now, and I'm just like, I don't know what to say. As I heard somewhere, there's nothing to suggest that the best time to say those were different times. Yeah. They were always Roman British. What are you going to tell me next? That I didn't inherit the ghost in my blood, right? Exactly. If you ignore all the Gaelics and pagans and everybody else, right? Like, this is the thing too, right? Like, this is why you see all of these, like, right-wing reactionaries that, like, get mad whenever they, like, cast people of color, right? To represent, like, you know, Vikings or whatever. And then it's like, well, like, I forget what it was, but it's like, one of them was talking about how, like, yeah, the people, they weren't, like, black, they actually had mixed ancestry. It's like, yeah, because that's what happens when people migrate over large areas. Like, eventually people intermarry. That's how humans are. So of course there's not going to be people that just, like, magically teleported from Mogadishu to, you know, Scania, right? No, it's that over time, right, many different people ended up with having ancestors that, again, had been brought to different regions of Europe over time. That's what happens. Migration is the natural state of human beings, not staying locked in one country. Right? There was always. But those descendants of the English can teleport to Wolf House. That's true. Oh, I know what you're referencing, and that's crazy that he's like a government minister in the US. Like, come on, bro.
Theodore Roosevelt and Frederick Jackson Turner downplaying the role of slavery in American history. They purposefully omitted that stuff, or said it wasn't as important, as a way of defining the character of the United States. For instance,
so, in my original article to the one that I've expanded, right, because I decided that I, you know, again, like, when I write down my ideas and stuff like that, you know, I like to also kind of work through them in different ways. And for me, it's usually like writing kind of like a sort of mini essay, more or less. It's kind of like, let me write down some ideas of what I want to argue, what I think works. And then you get something like, for example, what I uploaded today on my Patreon. Again, definitely recommend people look at it. And essentially, what it is like, there I'm talking about fruteras very generally. But then in the article I uploaded today is much, much more focused, right? As they have to be, right? But if you look at the first one, right, it does include this picture, right? Because it's one of those things where it's like, oh, you have this like illuminating figure, right? Literally, she's holding a school book. That's what it says, right? And then here in darkness, right, literally, with all of these darker colors, you literally have the indigenous people and all of these animals, right, like in the distance, right? And there's just so much that, you know, is in this painting.
Frederick Jackson Turner said, "When American history comes to be rightly viewed, it will be seen that the slavery question is an incident. In the period from the end of the first half of the present century, as in the 19th century, this was written in 1893, to the close of the Civil War."
Also, the frontier thesis, like, oh my gosh, there's this really good book that I also need to put on my throne. And I'm sorry, I know I put a lot of books on throne, but, like, look, for my research, it requires a lot of things to read. It's just the truth, right? That's why I have Predatory State. That's why I have other books. But, oh my gosh, this book is literally, like, the myth of the frontier myth is such a huge thing in America. Like, this idea that American ethnogenesis happened on the frontier, like, it's such a huge thing that it erases, right? One, the way in which it helped expand slavery, and two, the way in which it involved the destitution of not only Mexicans, but also the indigenous people, right? Like, how did the frontier come to be, right? It's just...
Or slavery rose to primary, but far from exclusive importance. You see, Turner is saying, don't look at slavery, look at the West. He begins that paragraph by saying,
and again, look at a particular kind of West. Look at the yeoman farmer West, right? Look at the people that are building these, you know, these things on their own, apparently, supposedly, right? Look at them as they're plowing their fields, right? This is the Little House on the Prairie vision, right? That, oh, everything was great. They just happened upon this town that, oh, everybody was nice and white, you know, like, No, actually, 40 acres and a mule, right? Yeah. Race is such a pseudoscientific concept, yet it continues. Right, it still does, right? Like, it's still, for many people, like, people even police themselves on the basis of these things, right? And it's one of those things that my own research, right, has gone into, precisely because it's being used, right, as a way to foment, right? Like, for example, like in U.S. imperialism, right? Like, when the United States, right, was backing, because it's always, the United States has always had, an absolute hatred of the Haitian Republic, right, of the Haitian Revolution, right? And so when you have the dictatorship in the Dominican Republic, and they do the Parsley Massacre, right? Which I'm surprised is not considered a genocide, because it's literally like against a specific group of people. Anyway, I'm not going to go into that. But yeah, a lot of things in Latin America don't get classified as genocides because Latin America, right? That's just what happens down here, right? No. 40 acres and a mule was right, but the thing was, like, they always use that as a joke against black people, because that's supposedly what they were supposed to be given. It isn't considered a genocide, not by the United States. It's definitely not considered by me, because again, this is what I work in. Like, I do think I've looked at things that are not considered genocides in their full, right, or have never been considered ones, right, that are just massacres, like the Parsley Massacre, right, and then work from that as to why, right, under international law, why under, right, our understanding of genocide studies, they definitely were one, right, like, you know what I mean? So yeah, there's a problem. But yeah, we were so homogenous, right? Yeah. Because I remember even in the show, The Little House on the Prairie, because I know the books are a bit different, but the show, I do remember this. The show's pretty old, though, but still. I do remember, and in the book too, the books, I should say, the series, the dad gets mad because he finds out that he thinks he's in Kansas, but he finds out that where he got free land, more or less, like where he got land, oh, we're on the wrong line of the border, right? But the reason why he's mad is because that land was going to go to become the Indian Territory, as they called it, which is Oklahoma, right? Which is literally where they just mass deported, right, indigenous people from all over the United States, particularly the Southeast, and just moved them over to Oklahoma, right? And that's one of the things that he gets upset about, like, oh, I lost my 40 acres and, whatever, right? Because instead it has to be given to indigenous people, right? And so then instead, that's where then they go back up, they go to Minnesota and start their little whatever. Yes, sometimes the legal definition falls short compared to research. Right, exactly. The way in which genocide studies scholars understand genocide and the UN Convention is different, because, I mean, there's so many works on this, but like, another thing too is there are many things that as we come to learn more, we start to understand that it was this or that and blah, blah, blah. Like, oh, there were these elements that we didn't necessarily know of before. Right. So, but yeah, the academic scholarship does take a broader definition. I definitely do. In fact, let's see if I can find it. I have from of course, as soon as I'm looking for it, I can't find it. Oh. But what I was going to show was I actually have a little thing that says compliments from the author, right? From when I got my first copy of Raphael Lemkin's Axis Rule in Occupied Europe. So I got compliments from Raphael Lemkin, which is, very important. The guy that coined the term genocide. Sure, it's here somewhere, but I just can't. Sure, it's somewhere, but yeah, it's like one of those things where it's like, to me, it's like an important thing. That's why I'm a little bit like concerned, like what happened to it. I thought it was here at my desk, but yeah, like one of those things that's just, like, oh, this was sent to someone by Raphael Lemkin, and now I have it. And so, anyway, I'll find it some other time, but, he's a very important person for our scholarship.
The legislation which most developed the powers of the national government and played the largest part in its activity was conditioned on the frontier. Now, there's an argument to be had over whether or not this is true, but you can see how downplaying slavery will feed into the lost cause. Then there was the Dunning School on Reconstruction. It was named after a Columbia professor named William Archibald Dunning, and he especially wrote history.
I will say one thing, right? That, like, this era was, like, the height of, like, American sort of facial hair type of, styling, right? Like, you really don't see that anymore. Like, I mean, you do see it, but it's very different, right? Because it's not like this, right? Where, like, it's, I still feel like there's an aspect, and I don't know if maybe it's because in Mexico, facial hair is still not viewed the same way it is in America, where it can have a positive, where here it's still this, like, shouldn't have it, right? Like, if you want to get a job, you should shave. But, I still find it interesting, like, there was a time, right, when it was seen as respectable and something, right? And it's interesting how, like, now it actually can say a lot about people too, because, like, right-wingers, right? It's like, I don't know. I was reading this article that apparently was transformed into a book, but talking about, like, the history of, like, masculine semiotics in particular with, like, their hair, right? Because, like, you have, like, skinheads, which initially wasn't a neo-Nazi thing or a Nazi thing, right? And then later became a neo-Nazi thing, right? And then you have things like, so it's the lack of hair, but then also then like, having facial hair, right? Like that becoming a thing. And that's actually something that goes back, it sort of intersects a bit with my own research, because one thing that the Spanish, when it came to how they understood the difference, like when they sort of encountered a different gender understanding, I guess I'll put it like that, with the indigenous people in the Americas, they found it very strange that the indigenous people, at least the ones that they wrote about, right, the men found pride in having very long hair, right, and et cetera, right. And you still see this, right? This is still something that some indigenous people still find very important. Whereas the Spanish did that with their beards, right? Like, essentially, that's how they expressed masculine, right? That was their way of doing so. So that's why I found it interesting to see how, like, they saw the indigenous male body as, like, because it didn't fit within their gender expectations, right? It's this very interesting thing where they, on one hand, want to assert the fact that they're different and European because they have beards, but they also don't like the fact that then they also have men that don't follow the same principles, right? And it's this, I don't know, it says a lot about the way in which gender is, like, enforced upon people, right? There's actually a really interesting documentary about the French lefty skin who fought the neo-Nazi in the 70s, if my memory serves right. You know what? I think I don't. That sort of is ringing a bell for me. So, if you can remember the title, definitely put it in the Discord, because I would care to see it, because it's been a while. There have also been efforts to promote the concept of culture, sexuality, and language in relation to genocide, but that is another matter. Right? That's true. That's true. I mean, that's something that even Raphael Lemkin, right? Like, he thought. Like, one of the things he argued for was essentially because, like, cultural genocide is something that, like, a lot of people don't want to consider as being genocide because, well, for one reason why is that it would put countries like the United States, right, at risk of being considered, right, more genocidal than they already are, right, for sure. So there's that, right? Found it. Antifa Chasseur de Skin. Oh, okay, I'll have to look that up then.
That was from a Southern perspective. Being a Redeemer himself, he lent legitimacy to disenfranchisement that led to Jim Crow. In fact, one could say the Dunning School...
Also, I don't know if you noticed, but if you saw one of the people that was holding up something, they were holding up something that said the word capital on it. It's a very interesting thing to say.
Was an integral part of Jim Crow. And essentially, they were the ones saying that radical Republicans were trying to shove civil rights down Southerners' throats as a means of punishment. Then, finally, there was the ultimate legitimizer, Woodrow Wilson. Wilson! When Woodrow Wilson gained prominence by becoming the radical new president of Princeton, this lent a great deal of legitimacy to his historical work. After all, he was a historian. Now, I've talked quite a bit about him, so I won't go too into depth about his historical theories, but he legitimately believed that the Ku Klux Klan had saved the South from servile insurrection.
Look. I'm sorry, like, every time I don't know. Like, that's just, It's on YouTube for free? Okay, I'll definitely look at it. Do you speak French, by the way? Because that would be cool. To watch it as a group. And Estelle and others, we could watch it.
He ended up becoming president in 1913, and then a friend of his, named Thomas Dixon, wrote a book that was adapted into a movie by D.W. Griffith called The Birth of a Nation. This too I have talked about. But it basically solidified what the Lost Cause was. And even worse, it was extraordinarily popular, and Woodrow Wilson helped that along by screening it in the White House.
Yes, which, I mean, in a way, it's like, Donald, I mean, I don't want to say, like, oh, this is exactly a one-to-one comparison. Obviously, not exactly, but, like, I feel like a lot of what Trump is doing, kind like, you know, like, when he did that where he invited, what's that guy? The one that he, like, lied, essentially, about, from what I understand anyway, about fraud in Minnesota that was supposed to be like the causes, you know, the reasoning behind why they had to do, you know, Metro Surge or whatever it was called. I do. Ah, je vois. Ah non, c'est bien. Je peux parler en français. Alors. Ça marche.
This is basically what you could call the first Hollywood blockbuster, and as a direct result of it, the Ku Klux Klan arose again. The second incarnation of the Klan was founded later on that.
Notice what flag they're flying. Notice what flag the KKK, in their mind, in their second incarnation, they believe represents what they stand up for. Think about it. Gonna be paused here for just another couple of seconds. Nick Shirley, that's right. Stars and Stripes. Nothing weird, nothing weird about it. Just patriotic Americans from the balmy, sultry South, of course.
Here. At the same time, there was an explosion of monument building, picnics, and all that kind of stuff that the United
How many languages do I speak? I do. I'm always embarrassed when people ask me this question. I like to just say enough. I like studying languages, so I don't like to give a number because I am always studying something else as well. But I am a polyglot. I will say that. So, yeah.
of the Confederacy had been promoting for the better part of a decade. All of this coincided with an influx of lynching and further disenfranchisement laws. In fact, it was so terrible that one historian called it the nadir of American race relations. So the Lost Cause...
You know, I can see why, right at that time, that they said it was the nadir of race relations, or nadir, if you want to pronounce it like that, nadir. But I think, to me, that a lot of American history sort of just stayed at that point. right? Like, there's only been small upticks, but I think to me it's almost like, it already started. I don't even know why I'm going like this. It already started like that, right? Like, it's barely, like, to say the nadir of it would mean to say that it somehow ever had a high point, right? That it ever floated above, right, the absolute low that it is, right?
By virtue of all this, became infused with American culture. The Second Clan was not purely a Southern thing. It ranged as far and as wide as California to Maine. In fact, some of its strongest membership was in Indiana, of all places. But the nationalist historian...
Indiana, I'm looking at you. Indiana. I know what happens in Terre Haute.
Historians got what they want. There was general consensus about what the American character was, and it followed that Frederick Jackson Turner model. That's part of why the Western genre was so prominent. It was partly built on the denial of the role of slavery.
Son, you're on your own.
From 1915 onwards, there were a bunch of places where Confederate heroes are portrayed as morally equivalent to the Union.
Saying that Stonewall Jackson was trash himself. Him and Lee and all the rest of them Rebs. You too.
See, this is what I don't understand, right? Okay, it's like, oh, we won, right? It's a war the United States won, right? Against rebels, right? The actual only people that have ever rebelled and done all that stuff were people that were more right-wing, right? People that were more, not that the United States was not super right-wing anyway, but you know what I mean, right? So I find it very strange that it's like, that they're the ones that can be somehow salvaged through something, right? It's...
And sometimes even greater, with things like Gone with the Wind, where Reconstruction is portrayed as ravaging the South and destroying the quaint ways that used to be. Then there was Disney's Song of the South, that characterized a wonderful relationship between master and...
Do you want to know something weird I found out about Song of the South? You mean the Toki Pona? Yeah. Something weird about Song of the South is apparently, right? I didn't know that they had done. I thought, where did they film it? Right? I didn't know this, but apparently they filmed the Song of the South in Arizona, which was the furthest west. Right? It was called the Confederate Territory of Arizona, right? And they actually, anyway, that's not why they filmed, maybe, I don't know, who knows, but they filmed it in Arizona. I find that very strange, that they filmed it in the desert, right? It's like, I'm thinking, you're in Hollywood, right? Like, if you want to portray, like, the South, there were places to do that, where there are, like, large-scale farms, right? You could do that. Why film it in the middle of a desert? Walt Disney raised this right, yeah. Yeah, well,
slave that teaches the master's son some sort of life lesson. This cultural infusion made its way into textbooks, especially with the sponsorship of the UDC. It's only...
This is what I'm saying, like, everything that the right-wing American stuff says that, like, oh, they're putting woke in the water that's turning the frogs into flies, you know what I mean? Like, all of that stuff, they actually do it. Right? Like, they're the ones doing it, right? Like, you know how, like, that whole, every accusation's a confession. But for real, though, like, who actually is putting stuff into school textbooks? Who actually is doing, who are the organizations that are doing those things? Or what are the organizations that are doing those things? I'm sure that when most people, they're not thinking of the UDC. And yet, yeah, it's all projection, yeah.
Recently, that Southern textbooks are starting to get rid of lost cause ideology, and many people in the comments might very well attest to having been taught the lost cause as a child.
This was something that not even in a place that was like super, super Southern, right? Like, I remember that even in the West, you can sometimes still hear this, or you could have. I don't know if they still do it now. but talking about the through teaching the rationale behind slavery, right? Like, but they don't say that it's wrong, right? Like, oh, why did they choose people from Africa, right? Like, this was one of the things that I remember discussing once with someone. And it's that they were told that it's because their skin was resistant to mosquitoes or some shit like that. And it's just like, excuse me? That they were like resistant to... It's like they're human beings. They're not resistant to anything any other human being isn't resistant to. Right? But it was part of that justification, right? So that, oh, they can tolerate pain more. Oh, they can blah, blah, blah. It was all that bullshit, right? And that is a person that is like younger than I am, right? That's like, I think, is not that much, is not that much older than like a lot of the people that I know. And they were brought up being taught that. And they lived in Texas, so...
And that's how all this works. It gets legitimized by historians and then infused into the culture and spread further and further and further. For instance, probably the greatest Western of all time, The Searchers. John Wayne's character is a Confederate veteran.
Figure a man's only good for one oath at a time. I took mine to the Confederate States of America.
But also what comes with cultural infusion is the watering down of the myth. This is where people start saying things like heritage, not hate. Where the Mississippi flag in 1894 started off as a clear representation of Jim Crow. But with the Dukes of Hazzard, the horn is playing Dixie and the car is called General Lee with a Confederate flag plainly posted on the roof.
Oh my gosh.
But you see, that...
Now, how many people knew that little horn sound, which is played in a lot of other things too, is playing Dixie? Just think about it. Da-da-da-da-da, Dixie. Dixie. It's right at the end. Dixie. Because I've heard that even be somehow associated with Latin America. Like, I'm sorry, that is not a thing here. We ain't got a Dixie. We don't do Dixie down here.
was just part of Southern identity at that point. They really did believe that it was just heritage, not hate.
See, look, I would love to believe this, right? I just can't. I cannot believe, oh, people really did just believe it's just heritage, not hate. Like, come on. Like, I'm sorry. Come on. Like, that's, no. This literally, in my view, or I don't even know, maybe that's a bit too far. But like, there are so many people that now are being given carte blanche, right? Or they're supposed to, oh, well, they only cared about their heritage. What are you talking about? Why is it that these 4 years are their most important heritage, as opposed to all of the other years that their families have been here living on this continent? Why? Why is it that a special excuse has to be made for those 4 years? What is it about those 4 years that makes people want to do this? Oh, well, they just care about heritage. No. They don't do this about anything else. Right? Nobody would accept that from Germans. Nobody would accept that from, etc., 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 right? Why is it that these 4 years are the special ones? Oh, well, it's just heritage, not hate. Like, come on. Come on. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, maybe, but I gotta say, all those people that ever told me that it's just that, they sure made sure that I knew my place. I'll just put it like that, okay? Message me whenever you're ready. Yeah. Okie dokie. You want me to just call you? We're gonna have a special friend of the show. And we were going to read some theory. I don't know. I actually kind of wanted to... Now, after going over through that, I kind of... I don't know. Look, maybe I'm a bit too judgmental. I don't know. But I think to me... Hello?
Hello, you caught me completely unprepared, but I'm here.
Oh my gosh. I'm sorry. I can wait if you need me to.
No, you're fine. No, you're fine. Like that.
Okay. So, did you have any idea what you wanted to read for today?
I have 5 ideas.
Okay.
We can leave it up to. We can.
Just...
If people in chat don't have any preference, I'll just choose something. I'll just choose one of them. So we have. What is it? I don't have my computer up, so hold on. I'm just gonna go message it to message them all to Estelle.
Okay.
There's reservation realism, red-facing visual sovereignty, and representations of Native Americans in the film. That one seemed really interesting.
Okay.
We have also as an option, do scientific objects have a history? Pasteur and Whitehead in a bath of lactic acid. Then we have a few steps towards the anthropology of an iconoclastic gesture. We have imagining Arab womanhood and ontological choreography, agency through objectification, and infertility clinics.
Let me know if it sounds better now. Also, Estelle says I love you, Envy. And we all love you, Envy.
I hate you, Estelle.
So
yeah, if anyone in chat has any preferences, I don't care. I'm fine with any of these.
I like the science object one, but that's just me.
Sure, that's fine. It's a Latour essay, and it's a Latour essay I haven't read yet, so I'll send it to you. First, let me close all these other ones.
Unless chat would like something else, I'm more than happy if chat wants to read something else. So that's fine too.
Yeah, let me open Discord and send it to you. I don't think I have it on my phone. Because I also have an old computer, except it's a laptop, so it's even worse.
By the way, I'm just putting this out there because I actually want to play the game because I bought it and everything. I really want to play the game Guilty as Sock, and I know, and I've told Envy this because Envy, you do so good at this game. I'm sorry, you just so would. Like, prosecutor, defense, judge, you do so well at this game. But I want to play it, but the problem is you need multiple people, and so if anybody out there wants to play Guilty as Sock anytime soon, in one of the VCs in my Discord, please let me know, because I would love to play a round or two, or more, or Among Us, but I really do want to play Guilty as Sock because it looks really fun. And plus, it's like a small enough game that I can actually play it on my computer, because my computer is like a moldy oldie.
I got so upset the light's not coming on. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna mute. I'll be right back. I'll send you the article. I'll be right back.
Okay, no worries. I'll just keep talking to chat. Okay, chat. Sounds good? Okay, sounds good. So everybody get nice and cozy. Make sure that you're hydrated. Again, if you'd like to get out of having to deal with ad breaks and stuff like that. Do make sure to subscribe on Twitch. I believe it's $6 US. And yeah, or if you have a Amazon Prime, you can always get a free subscription to any creator that you like. And if that's me, I would be truly honored. And also for those of you on YouTube, make sure to like and subscribe. And there's more stuff to come. And make sure to check out my latest Patreon article. Should I read some more Dante? I think I'll literally start reading some more Dante. By the way, it's literally all of his works that I have. I really like Dante. Let's see here. Tant'è amara che poco è più morte, ma per trattar del ben che io vi trovai, dirò da altre cose che io vo scorte. Io non son ben ridir com'io ventrai, tant'era pieno di sonno a quel punto, che la verace via abbandonai. Ma poi chi fui al pie di un colle giunto, là dove terminava quella valle che me avea di paura il cor compunto. Guardai in alto e vidi le sue spalle, vestite già di raggi del pianeta che mena dritto altrui per ogni calle. Allor fu la paura un poco queta.
Surprise attack.
Oh, good. I don't have to try to entice the chat with poetry.
I was getting a different kind. I'm getting a different kind of hydrated.
I see.
Yeah.
Laissez-moi voir. Alors, je pense que je peux le faire. Ça. Ooh, wait. Common knowledge. Ooh, the abuses of memory. That's something that in historical stuff that we talk about. Well, memory studies, but also like. Okay. Let me actually change this for a second. Sorry, chat. I think chat already knows that I tend to have quite a difficult time with technology. Let's see here.
Me too.
Okay, now we have it on the screen. There we go. Uno la tua. Are you ready for your bath in lactic acid? Okay. Ooh, Alfred North Whitehead, Process and Reality. That brings back memories. Okay, let me know when you're ready.
I'm ready. I don't know if you wanted me to start or not.
Yeah, please do. Please do.
Do scientific objects have a history? Pasteur and Whitehead in a bath of lactic acid. But in the real world, it is more important that a proposition be interesting than it be true. The importance of truth is that it adds to interest. It must be remembered that the phrase actual world is like yesterday and tomorrow, in that it alters its meaning according to standpoint. Alfred North Whitehead, Process and Reality.
Can you talk a little bit again?
Testing, hello.
Try it again.
Hello.
Better? Hopefully it works now. Okay.
In a recent issue of Common Knowledge, I followed in some detail the progressive transformation of a tiny piece of Amazonian forest to scientific knowledge. To do so, I multiplied mediations, replacing the huge vertical gap between words and world with a horizontal set of tiny translations from one representational medium to another. In that article, the main activity was from the human side, from the scientists and their instruments, from maps and diagrams and collections. No matter how many intermediary steps I unfolded, those steps were still portrayed by me as a way to gain access to the forest out there. More exactly, even though the forest out there was reformatted in my paper as a thing circulating inside the network of science, this circulating thing could not be imagined otherwise than passive. The Boa Vista forest in itself was doing nothing. What he's talking about is this also appears in Pandora's Hope. He has a whole essay about his. It's a photographic essay. Partly, he has a whole bunch of photographs. He talks about them. They come up. They're really important to the essay. Knowing what the photographs are, how they are, how they work, and they're asking a question: Is the savannah advancing on the forest, or is the forest advancing on the savannah? And going through the steps in all this process.
Or we can read the next one, next paragraph.
Yeah.
It is this passivity that I want to try to overcome in this essay. At the risk of taxing the patience of the readers of Common Knowledge, I will consider another piece of hard science, borrowed this time in honor of the centenary of his death, from the story of Pasteur and the history of fermentation. What has made so many modern philosophers and theorists shun realism is the impoverished role assigned by realist philosophers to objects of scientific discovery, which apparently had no other function, no other ontological life, than to wait silently in the dark before shutting the mouths of the human agents discussing them. This silent and silencing function was what irritated, and with good reason, those who could not believe in the unmediated access to the truth. In their eyes, science is interesting not because it offers unmediated access to the world, but rather another form of mediation, of transcendence, of truth warmly clothed.
The question I want to ask is whether it is possible to develop a sort of realism that would offer the agents of the world a more interesting role than that of passive objects. Strangely, not many philosophers are interested in this metaphysical question. No matter whether they worship or hate science, most thinkers take for granted that scientific objects, accessible or not, behave as realists believe them to behave. That is, in a passive and indifferent manner, wholly impervious to human history. The only alternatives that most philosophers can imagine are animism and anthropomorphism, horrors to which they always prefer the canonical version of objects seen subspecie scientia. Alfred North Whitehead is one of the interesting exceptions, and it is his historical realism, though largely out of fashion, that I want to use as my guide or goad for this exploration. But since I'm only half philosopher, I need an empirical sight in order not to lose myself in questions that quickly become too deep for me. My project, then, will be to imagine how Whitehead would have accounted for Pasteur's understanding the discovery of lactic acid fermentation in 1858.
Some recent discoveries in science studies The simple notion of an enduring substance, sustaining persistent qualities either essentially or accidentally, expresses a useful abstract for many purposes of life. But whether we try to use it as a fundamental statement of the nature of things, it proves itself mistaken. It arose from a mistake that has never succeeded in any of its applications. What this makes me think of, just really quickly, is it makes me think that Alfred North Whitehead is actually kind of speaking to Spinoza here, right? Because you have, right, like substance, right, and that from it all other things, right, come from that. So I find that interesting that it's like that it has never succeeded in any of its applications, so it's kind of like an anti-Spinozan sort of understanding. But yeah.
I don't know much about Spinoza, so I can't really comment. Like Latour, I'm only half philosopher.
Its critique of substantialism, so important for Whitehead, could be shared by numerous historians and sociologists of science, but for very different reasons. In an account of a discovery, one should not, according to the students of science, refer to a substance external to the human work involved in order to explain its genesis. Of course, like Kant, most contemporary historians, in order to avoid the extremes of idealism, do not deny the existence of such a substance, but they wish to emphasize the concrete attributes only of the mind that knows, or in more recent historiography, only of the practice of the scientific group that manipulates and demonstrates the substance within the closed and local precinct of the laboratory. According to them, in order to criticize substantialism, one must quite simply abstain from giving a role to non-humans in the story of a discovery, and instead construct the account exclusively with reference to the practices, the places, the instruments, the authorities, the institutions, and the historical events furnished by the context. Such historians hope that a multitude of self-determinations, when added to one another, will account for as much as the always already there substance of the old-fashioned accounts of discoveries. However, as Isabel Stengers, who I remember, like, one of the first things that was that when we first like started talking for real, it was like me like, you need to read Isabel Stengers, has clearly shown in a recent book, there is something unlikely for the practicing scientist in this approach, something unrealistic, not only in the philosophical sense of the word, but also in the common meaning of improbable. Something essential seems missing from the account. Is it precisely essence that is lacking? No. And it is Whitehead's interest to imagine a realism without substance, a radical historical realism. The Castle Rock of Edinburgh exists from moment to moment and from century to century by reason of the decision effected by its own historic route of antecedent occasion.
If anyone has any questions, I'm monitoring at least YouTube chat. I think you said you have Twitch up too. I don't have Twitch up, so I can't read them. But I'm watching. I'm trying my best to watch YouTube chat as well. Something I do want to point out is Latour will often do this thing. He's like, this side says this thing, this other side says this thing. And he'll usually set himself as a third position, not a middle position. The position actually away from the poles of the discussion. And that's largely because of what he ends up for similar reasons across things. It's because he talks about them as doing the same thing, just simply in a different way. For Latour, when he's critiquing what he will call the naturalist and the social constructivist, they do the same thing but from different, just in a different way. They flip things without offering anything substantively different. In a lot of the cases, it's kind of how he ends up framing them. And another thing I also wanted to mention is this is actually related to another thing that he's going to get into. Latour, the way most people probably think about it is you have the substance, and then eventually you learn properties about the substance. You have this thing, and then you learn properties. Latour doesn't agree with that. Latour does not think substance comes first. Latour thinks properties come first. Substances actually have to be he uses the word instituted. They have to be instituted. And substances can change. They aren't static. They aren't necessarily stable. They can change. One of his other books, his example is of frogs and frog breeding. Originally, it was thought that these group of frogs had to return to the same pond they were born to breed, or something like that. There's something about the breeding practices of frogs, but there was a highway being built that actually cut off access to this original area. But it actually didn't affect the frogs. The frogs did it, and so Latour talks about it as the he might in that book call it essence, but he seems to mean the same thing with them across books. So yeah.
Yeah, it's why I feel like earlier it's definitely coming off as like an anti, well, maybe not anti, but like something that takes issue with Spinoza, right? Because Spinoza is definitely right that substantia, right, like that comes first, whereas instead of properties, right, which derive from substance, right, as he talks about in the ethics, instead what he's saying is they have to be instituted. And the way how I'm reading that, and I could be wrong in seeing it this way, but the way how I'm reading instituted is that he's meaning it in the same way as like literally like be put into place, right? Institute something is to put into place, right?
Yes.
And so that's definitely like, that's interesting because then that also sort of raises other questions. But I think that's why the whole Castle Rock of Edinburgh kind of makes sense too. I wonder though, as you were saying earlier, right, that he does this with the frogs. Does he ever explain kind of like what happens with that the frogs are still able to, work through this? Like how does he go into that, or?
The way it works is, if I remember correctly, the way I think it gets talked about is scientists usually talk when you're talking about scientists. Well, scientists observe something, and from there's something underlying it that they're actually getting these properties from. But Latour says scientists don't actually observe substances. They don't do that. Scientists observe properties first. The properties come first, and then the scientists have the essence or the substance later.
That's interesting. I guess like it's almost like a modal. No, maybe that's the wrong word. I see where he's coming from. I get what he's trying to say. That like, how can we say we see the substance of the thing if by definition we only view or can conceive of something, right? Looking at just one of its aspects or one of its faces, so to speak. Right?
It's probably gonna get into Latour's issue with ideas like things in themselves. Maybe not things in themselves might be a bad example. No, I actually think things themselves are actually fine. People will often talk about when they're talking about things in themselves, they're talking about something that actually can't be studied. It literally can't be studied. Latour doesn't like that. be, specifically because if you can't study the thing, it doesn't matter. It becomes irrelevant. It doesn't actually matter whether the other side is richer or poorer. You can't reach it. There's nothing to reach. So it doesn't make sense to talk about it like that for Latour. Latour's very much it's one of the weird things about stuff like monism and pluralism. They in some sense in both insist on a kind of I'm gonna say like oneness, but they also insist on multiplicity, on the idea of things also being very divergent, and that's where Latour gets it. Latour will say Latour will talk about it as if you can view a statue from many angles, it's because the object allowed you to. It's how it works. Objects for Latour are not passive agents in the world. They act with you. They act together with you. Things are all kind of co-constitutive of another. It's very similar to systems approach theories, like Susan Oyama when she's talking about evolution, how evolution works. It's not that there's environment on one side and biology or whatever on the other. These things don't exist separately like that. They exist together.
Right. And I guess like one thing is it's interesting that he does take issue with things in themselves, considering like just right now it talks about Kant, right, who does talk about, right, like literally the thing in itself, right? And then later on Hegel talks about the thing in and for itself, right, which is these things which cannot be viewed, right, because they by definition it sort of exist in some other aspect that they cannot be studied, but like particularly when talking about aesthetics, it's like this idea that, and I'm just going to use an example, just a quick example, which, you know, like if there was a painting, there is this idea that it would still, that one could say that it's still like how it would exist if there were no humans to view it and didn't have the concept of art, that it would still be there, right? But going back to what you were saying, right, then that kind of makes it irrelevant in a way, right?
Yeah, it's kind of like how scientists talk about things. It's cool. You're telling me like all this cool stuff, all these cool stories. If I can't test for it, I can't do anything. I can't work with I can't work with that. It's if I can't do this in some way, if I can't access this through some mediation, through some, Latour will talk about them as inscription devices, through one of these things, through like something, through whatever it may be, it doesn't, like, it can't matter to me. It just doesn't matter at that point. It doesn't affect me. And like, this doesn't mean that Latour thinks you can't study invisible things. Latour very much talks about. But if you do want to talk about something that's invisible, you do have to show that there's an effect somewhere.
Right.
Because if it has an effect, well, then it isn't really invisible, is it? It is visible. Just it's visible. It's not like
right.
It's just a cup.
Yeah, right. It's like gravity. It's like we see the effects of gravity, but we don't need to literally see arrows pointing down. Also, we have a question in Twitch chat from Gato Surfer. Can certain objects serve as a source of knowledge if you have the right tools and methods? Is it something like a crime scene where you have to deduce what happened around that object?
It depends on what you mean. If you're talking about like microscopes and stuff, yeah. They aren't all technically. Inscription devices are a bit specific for Latour. They don't technically have to include a microscope. A microscope doesn't actually have to be a what Latour calls an inscription device. An inscription device is what is used to form is anything that produces data or something, like literally anything. It can be an image, it can be a picture, it can be whatever. It doesn't actually matter. It can be a bunch of numbers. Whatever produces an argument in a scientific paper. Latour might change this later on. I'm trying to think if he talks about inscription devices a bit differently in Pandora's Hope, but I don't think so, because most of his work has to do with in lab. But Pandora's Hope is the first time he went on he studied an actual field expedition. And so inscription devices might take a bit of a different shape there, but I don't think they do. I can just...
Yeah, no, and then Gato Surfer actually has a follow-up saying, I remember that some scientists discovered a new species of mammal while traveling to an area where people simply use them for food.
It's very interesting.
Yeah, word. I think that is interesting because that goes back to this idea that, like, I remember reading that, like, there were these people who were trying to sort of show that, like, you know, that the public isn't as, you know, you were sort of talking about this with Aoyama earlier, but, you know, about like the distinction between nature, or like the outside and the inside, right, like or nature and, you know, etc. But also trying to do this when showcasing how, like, you know, people like to think that scientific discovery or stuff like that is somehow over there somewhere, right? And what they did was they were trying to showcase how just looking at their own back garden, right, they were able to find, like, I think it was like 5 species of insect that were completely new to science, right? So it's also that too. It's also like reframing. Again, it's situating it, right? It needs to be instituted. It needs to be put in. Yeah, I think that definitely played a role.
Latour has a line. People call Latour a relativist, and Latour calls himself a relativist, but Latour's talking about relativism, he's not talking about anything goes, as like a lot of like the, you know, people, bad faith people will usually talk about it. Relativism is not the relativity of truth, it's the truth of relation. It's how things exist for Latour. Things are not things are very much relational.
Well, right. I mean, it's like people often, like, when people talk about, like, oh, everything is relative, right? But it's like, we can think of Einstein, right? It's like general relativity.
Latour talked about. Latour's like all good scientists are relativists. Like, that's what one of Latour's things is talking about trying to make sociology into more of a science. Like, that's kind of like one of the things. Latour's often accused of being very anti-science. If anything, it's really funny. Latour's very much not anti-science. Latour's very much pro-science. Latour views himself as a scientist. It's how he views himself. It's why he talks about himself as he's a half philosopher. He's not a. He doesn't view himself as doing. Obviously, his works are very philosophical. If, like, you've read, like, any of his fucking works, but he doesn't view himself that way. He views himself as a scientist, a sociologist, an anthropologist. These are his like things. This is like his thing.
Yeah, no, and like that's one of those things too, where it's like there are people that, like, how should I put it, like, where they understand themselves as being, like, for example, like a genocide studies scholar, for example, right, that has a particular interdisciplinary nature to it, right, and then also being a historian, right, which is, has its own disciplinary, aspects to it. But both of those things are sort of part of one's, well, writing about myself, obviously, but like, both of those things are sort of co-relational, right, literally, right?
Yeah.
Because like the article that I just put out, right, it's like talking about a historical instance that I'm trying to argue should be considered a genocide. It isn't, for example.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll read the next paragraph. I think it seemed necessary to some of us to devise what we call in our jargon, quote, principles of symmetry, end quote, in order to do justice, without falling back on essentialism. To the feeling scientists and common sense share something is missing from accounts of science that consider only the human side. The first principle of symmetry demanded that historians judge accounts of discovery fairly by treating on terms of equality scientists who have been wrong and those who have been right. The principle, which is opposed to the French epistemological tradition that demands one distinguish, quote, out-of-date science from, quote, sanctioned science, end quote, permitted nice effects of historical drama. The victories of Boyle over Hobbes, of Newton over Descartes, or of Pasteur over Pouchet, no longer differed from the provisional victories of Napoleon over Tsar Alexander, or of Clinton over Bush. The history of science ceased to be distinguished from history, plain and simple. Like, now that he's talking about history, I'm like, I get what he's saying.
When he's talking about principles of symmetry, they're methodological. I guess it's like the easiest way to say it. They concern how you're treating something. I don't want to say automatically, but I'm going to say that. I don't know a better way to say it. If you want to say there's a difference between good science and bad science, you can't start out with the assumption that good and bad science are just automatically different. When you say it's good science, bad science are automatically different things that they need to be separated in that way. If you want to think of them as different, you have to show your work. You have to show your work. Basically, is the easy way to say it. The price paid for this reunification was very high. The principle of limited symmetry does not equalize the possibilities of the victors, rationality, and the vanquished, irrationality, except in that the principles forbids both protagonists access to the very phenomenon they both consider their only reason for being. There's something heroic in this. Nature, the symmetrical historians all say, with the yogi's asceticism, does not intervene in the interpretations we make with respect to it.
One can understand the motives of historians who are partisans of symmetry, They are reacting against the abuses of substantialists who are content to explain that victors in the history of science won because they were more rational or had better access to the nature of things. By insisting for the first time on the difficulties of the experiment, on the uncertainties of the instruments, on the irredeemable localization of the methods, on the ambiguity of interpretations, on the importance of a community of more or less credible colleagues, which is actually very important for any field. I'm just going to add that right there, particularly like even for historians. The constructivist historians find it easy to ridicule those who believe they benefit from immediate access to the real, and who take social or cognitive habits that date only from yesterday to be the permanent essence of things. Also, got those surfers saying that we're both sweet, intelligent, and open-minded.
I try. I try my hardest. It's really hard sometimes. I have really, I have very particular experiences, and I'm very strong-headed on certain things, and I have to stop myself. It's very easy for me to give in to conspiracy theory a little bit. Very easy. Depending on what it's for. Or just believe like fucking insane shit just because. Just because of my experiences. Because I'm very, very automatically distrustful of certain things. Immediate access to the real. By the way, Latour will talk about in another essays and in his later work. He might have already talked about it. I don't think so yet. I think this is still too early. He'll talk about it as double-click communication. Double-click, it's like your mouse. You just click it twice, and it's there. You have the information. You have it all. It's all there for you. And Latour's like, that's fucking ridiculous, and like that's like action. The way Latour says it is there isn't unmediated access. We get to the we get to the truth through transformations of things. And this is what he talks about. It's really important for science, because when you think about science, well, you actually think of some of the most artificial things imaginable. A lab isn't the real world. A lab, very much an artificial place, yet most people, firmly believe, along with Latour, that they get you to truth, but they don't actually. There's nothing natural or unconstructed about them. They're
Right.
very much constructed,
And that's
it's very much the point.
right, and that's something that like Isabel Stengers brings up, right, in Reclaiming Animism, where it's like, how do you recreate the lab conditions that would, bring about an apparition of the Virgin Mary? It's like, you can't. That's not what a laboratory does, right?
Yeah.
And it's like, I think to me it's a very interesting thing, especially with like lab life or something, right? For sure.
Yeah, it's in Factish Gods, there's a famous thing of an anthropologist, Elizabeth Claverie, going to taking a pilgrimage with some French pilgrims heading to a Medjugorje to see the Virgin Mary.
Mm-hmm.
And Thor's talking about it, and Thor's like, it strikes noon, and they all see her, Elizabeth too. How could she do otherwise? How could she? It's the way these things work They don't need. They don't. Latour says it as they don't obey, and they don't fit into either impoverished existence or impoverished representation.
Gacho Surfer says really quickly, what you said about the lab not being the real world reminds me of the replication crisis in both psychology and the social sciences, when the scientific paradigm is based on creating predictive models. And as for the science of objects, I think I see a similarity with paleontology, but I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, there probably is one. There's actually, if any of you are interested in architecture, or in transit stuff, planning of any kind, there's a lot of stuff in STS surrounding this. It's a big thing. It's a huge thing. And there probably is something. Gato, I don't know if you're in Shakespeare server, but I can probably search for something. I might be able to find something related to this. Probably pretty easily.
Yeah, Gato is in my server. In fact, we were in just before I streamed. I was like in a VC, and then like I was gonna start streaming, and he had just joined. But yeah, he's definitely in the Discord. So
yeah, and that works out because I think the person that I was getting all that transit stuff for was in your server. I can't remember. They had recently completed like a degree.
No, that's not
stuff
true.
related to transit planning, and
yeah.
I think it might have been someone on your server, but I'm not sure. I was searching for them and I couldn't find them. I was really confused.
Let's see here. No, it's because I needed to start streaming when I did was because then like other stuff, I don't know, just then I have to do other stuff, and then I end up, I was like, oh, if I don't start streaming now, I'm gonna like forget, and so then I'm gonna start doing other stuff, and okay, so let's go into here. It is important, however, to avoid pressing asceticism to the point of anorexia, and this is where another more general principle of symmetry becomes necessary. No longer is it a matter of equalizing the possibilities for success of the victors and the vanquished by even-handedly forbidding both groups access to the real, but rather of equalizing by allowing all groups to construct simultaneously and symmetrically both their natural reality and their social reality. Like yogis who have been without food too long and forced to sleep too many nights on beds of nails, one finally allows victors and vanquished alike to gorge themselves on reality and sleep in featherbeds. This shift enables recovery from Kantianism, since one no longer has to choose in order to explain a discovery between privileged access to the real and determination through thousands of small social or practical causes. One sees, in effect, that the real as a reserve or anchor against idealism had meaning only by contrast with the knowing mind, or the laboratory, or the paradigm. For every Copernican revolution, there is a counter-revolution and a half. Discoverers...
That's so funny.
Yeah.
There was, just real quick, this came up. I'm thinking about doing the Factors Gods reading group, and we were there's a phrase that I'd read Factors Gods originally with WAG, and WAG asked a question: does this phrase appear in the French, in the French translation of this? This is like a very French phrase, and it isn't. and it isn't a French phrase, because the phrase is this is also another iteration on the phrase. The phrase, if you translate it to English, just like literally a cunning person and a half, and then Factish Gods, it's a fetish and a half. And this is fucking doing the same thing, and that's really funny because we literally just I literally just figured this out today, that this is with Estelle's help, that this is like based on a French phrase of Latour's making a fucking reference, and it makes the section play a whole lot better when that ends up being the phrase.
I see. Discoverers establish at once what they are, the world in which they are situated, and the numerous social, practical, and historical causalities compatible with the type of phenomenon with which they are populating the collective. The differences among ontological, epistemological, and sociological questions become indistinct. The question becomes, in which socio-natural world do we agree to live? The principle of generalized symmetry does not abolish the principle of limited symmetry, but extends it to questions about nature and about society, and thus allows a new object to appear, the collective of human non-humans.
Point of reference. A collective is as opposed to a society. Kind of particular reasons for that. Latour doesn't like the notion of society because of the way it interacts with certain ideas of the social that Latour doesn't like. For Latour, the social isn't something that only deals with humans. The social, very much for Latour, deals with the connection of heterogeneous entities themselves. And so yeah, there's just a note of that. When Latour's talking about the collective, it's that isn't just a fancy word. That isn't just like him using a seemingly cooler term. He has a reason for it. Also, yeah, Stell's right. Also, it's also something that was popularized by La Fontaine, which Latour loves. Yeah. It really makes sense that he references Fontaine because he's in the preface of the book of the translation. It's yeah. The beginning is actually a one of the fables. It's going over the preface is taking a section from the fables. It's really good, and I love it. It's my favorite bit. This solution, however, does not have the metaphysics of its ambitions. While no longer anthropomorphic, it remains as fragile as the meaning given to the word collective. If one means by that word the demiurgic activity of researchers in engendering not only nature but also society and the history in which they are situated, one comes dangerously close to the tales of the absolute idealists that believe they could go beyond Kant. Whereas, if it is semiotic proliferation that endows humans, non-humans, i.e. objects and circulations, enunciative positions, in the context inscribed in text with certain properties, then we are awash in discourse, in a sea of positions without subjects, and we drift farther from the realism that we are aiming for. The Superman of the first, the demiurgic account, is abruptly followed by the death of man in the second. In a third account, the activity of researchers is a matter of allowing non-humans to proliferate in society as subjects, in which case we run the risk of naturalizing the whole of history without any longer being able to endow objects with their uncertainty, their transcendence, their tremolo. This third account relies on a will to power to anchor discourse and action in biology or in physics.
In order to be sure of escaping these three perils, being trapped in society, in language, or in nature, we must leave behind for a moment the ambiguity of the word collective and abandon the notions of actors, actions, subjects, objects, humans, and non-human that have provisionally served to enable our escape from Kantianism. Thus, we must dare, like Whitehead, to have commerce with metaphysics, despite the embargo declared against it by analytic philosophy as well as by constructivism.
How Pasteur stages his own discovery, the lactic acid ferment. Before I continue, actually, something to note. This is also making a similar point that he's talking about in We Have Never Been Modern. And We Have Never Been Modern. The modernist settlement separated things, divided things three ways: into society, into discourse, and then into nature. And Latour wanted to very much work through that, stuff like that. These things, these things for Latour. If Latour will say they exist, it's certainly not as separate realms. Acting above all the others, serving as the foundation or the thing above, in that sense. In 1858, sometime after having discovered the fermentation of brewer's yeast, Pasteur relates in a celebrated report to the Académie des Sciences the discovery of a yeast peculiar to lactic acid. Today, lactic acid fermentation is no longer an object of discussion. One can order by mail any quantities of yeast for dairies, creameries, and cheese manufacturers the world over. But one has only to place oneself in the conditions of the period to measure the originality of Pasteur's report, and thus the reward he can claim for his pains. The middle of the 19th century, in scientific circles influenced by Lebesgue's chemistry, the claim that a specific microorganism could explain fermentation amounted to a step backward, since it was through ridding itself of obscure vitalist explanations that chemistry had only just won its laurels. Fermentation could and had been explained without the intervention of any living thing whatsoever, in a purely chemical way by the degradation of inert substances. In any case, specialists in lactic fermentation had never seen microorganisms inseparably associated with the transformation of sugar. Really quick, I just want to check to see.
One thing about Louis Pasteur is that he actually developed a certain kind of I don't know if it was this maybe, but a fermentation process, right? That essentially he essentially wrote this book, and he essentially said that it could never be translated into German, because German's beer, right? And so he actually did that. He's like, I found this fermentation process that allows to make essentially superior beer. So I'm banning from this book ever being translated into German. So.
It's really funny.
Mm-hmm.
It's really funny. Until now, minute researchers have been unable to discover the development of organized life. Observers have identified some organisms at the same time that they were accidental and detrimental to the process. The facts then seem very favorable to the ideas of Lebesgue or to those of Berzelius. In the eyes of the former, a ferment is an unstable substance that decomposes and thereby excites fermentation in consequence of its alteration, which communicates a disintegrating disturbance to the molecular group of the fermentable matter. According to Lebesgue, such is the primary cause of all fermentations and the origin of most contagious diseases. Berzelius believes that the chemical act of fermentation is to be referred to the action of contact. These opinions gain more credit daily. These works all agree in rejecting the idea of some sort of influence from organization in life as a cause of the phenomena that we are considering. Emphasis added.
As Pasteur quietly adds, quote, I have been led to an entirely different point of view. The discoverer will appear all the more involved in the process because he will have everyone against him. The unanimous opinion of the chemists, as well as the scrupulous research of the specialists, the discoverer does not lift the veil behind which the yeast in lactic fermentation has always been hiding. This is making me think of this idea that people sometimes like to think about, was mathematics, right? Was it invented or was it discovered, right? But among other things too, right? That it's like, is it that there was already a pre-existing thing that we just quote unquote discovered, right? In the same way that it's describing it here, or is it that, right, we have come to understand it in this way, and that very easily it could have been opposite or something else? I think that's an interesting consideration. Like the story of General de Gaulle arising from obscurity to triumph, the discoverer's story can be told as a tale of victory, but Pasteur's act was not the imposition of a framework or vision on powerless matter, though he later posed the problem to himself in these terms, as we shall see. He states, in fact, that he has been led to a point. His activity consists in allowing himself to be carried along by the, quote, propensity of things, end quote, to adopt François Julien's beautiful expression. Even when Pasteur acts to cause the yeast to emerge, in opposition to the convictions of the rest of the world, he still allows himself to be led by, thus mingling once again the fate of a subject and an object.
Pasteur has this idea, comes up in Factish Gods, of the fair. The fair is the to do, is to do, but fair is to make do, is how it's translated, to make another do something. It's or to the way it plays with Latour isn't that it's making isn't really the right way to say it, because it's helping. It isn't like a, he isn't treating these things as simply one of these things gets passively acted upon. It's actually not that. The fair is a very it's not controlling. It helps produce. It helps. It's a productive force.
Okay.
For political and military history, resources exist that allow one to weigh the respective roles of longue durée, opportunity, circumstances, chance, individual genius, and finally, the attribution of responsibility to a few individual geniuses. However, when it is a matter of accounting for beings who have been invented or discovered, the historians of science becomes more timid, more hesitant than his colleagues. The historian of science accosts one monster more than the historian plain and simple. However great may be the heterogeneity of factors that history summons, is never as great as in the history of science, where one must integrate the short life of Pasteur, the longer span of the Second Empire, or of chemistry, the even longer existence of alcoholic or lactic fermentations, to go back to Neolithic times, and the existence, infinitely longer, absolutely longer, of lactic acid yeast, always already present. Once discovered by Pasteur in 1857, lactic acid yeast has always already been there. From Neolithic times in the gourds of Homo sapiens to the present, in the way that is souring in all the dairies on Earth. How should one go about historicizing the creation of a being that seems to overflow its historical framework immediately? To go back through the whole of time and spread through the whole of space. Historians are used to dealing with the longue durée, but how to deal with timelessness? I assume that means just long duration.
Yeah, like essentially this very long period of time.
Yeah.
The only solution. You like the hello Keiki Inc. Yes, I'm glad you like the chill background music. I appreciate it. Let's see here. The only solution consists in bestowing historicity on all the elements that enter into an account. Young Louis Pasteur of Lille counts as an episode in which the destiny, in the essence, in the trajectory of lactic yeast. The absurdity of a premise like this, the scandal it may provoke, is brought home if, instead of to yeast, still close to the agitated history of living things, the premise is applied to gravitation or cosmology. Newton happened to universal gravitation. The European Center for Nuclear Research happened to the Big Bang. If, once again, seeking refuge in the cozy Kantian framework, one were to speak only of representation, there would be no difficulty here. Pasteur would be said to transform in the ideas that chemists and dairymen have formed quote-unquote about lactic fermentation, much as Newton modified our ideas about the action of distant celestial bodies. One would return more easily to history if one remained exclusively among humans with their representations, their visions of the world, their more or less passionate interests. The history of science, social or intellectual, could be deployed, like most anthropology, with a boldness all the greater because they would be limited to representations alone, leaving the phenomena themselves out of reach. But, given generalized symmetry, we want to reach the phenomena, to emerge from the childhood home of idealism, and we discover, with realism, the risks of ontology without losing the uncertainties of history or the localization of methods. We must therefore explore this path, however bizarre it may appear, and speak of Pasteur as an event that occurs to lactic acid.
I actually think that that footnote 15 is actually going to be pretty interesting. It looks weird, so I'm reading it while you're reading the rest of it. We'll go through it. What is involved, in fact, is attributing to the following passage in Kuhn an ontology where, in his understanding of it, it has a psychosocial meaning. Though the world does not change with a change of paradigm, he writes, the scientist afterward works in a different world. Nevertheless, I'm convinced that we must learn to make sense of statements that at least resemble these. What occurs during a scientific revolution is not fully reducible to a reinterpretation of individual and stable data. Thomas S. Kuhn, The Structure of Scientific Revolutions. That seems very interesting.
No, it is. I think what is interesting as well is, it's interesting because not to like bring up like people like Professor Jang or others, but it's something that I forget who it was, but like this is an obsession actually with a lot of like people that want to work through conspiracy theory and right kind of want to like use this idea, especially with like the fact that people might not understand quantum physics or quantum mechanics, etc. And so they keep talking about this idea of a paradigm shift, right? But I kind of think it's interesting that it's like, though the world does not change with a change of paradigm, right? Um, I think it's interesting because like that's one of their like go-to things that they like to use as like a this is why I can disregard like modern science or whatever is because there's been a paradigm shift. But instead it's like the scientist works in a different world, right? But the point being is that it's not fully reducible to just reinterpretation of some particular datum that is viewed as like stable over time, right? Kiki Inc. has that book on very nice. I didn't know that you had it on your reading list. That's awesome.
What book's on the reading list? The Thomas Kuhn book?
Yeah, the Thomas Kuhn book.
Yeah. Several ontologies with variable geometries. What seemed absurd in a metaphysics of essence and attributes can become child's play for an ontology of events and relations. In Whitehead's vocabulary, Pasteur's laboratory appears to us an occasion offered to trajectories of entities that inherit preceding circumstances by deciding to persevere in a new way of being. Certain entities will travel through the laboratory as stabilized practices. This is the case of lactic acid itself. Lactic acid was discovered by Schiele in 1780 in soured whey. His procedure for removing it from the whey is still today the best one can follow. Footnote, Pasteur adds, first, he reduced the whey to 1/8 of its volume by evaporation. He filtered it and saturated it with lime to precipitate the phosphate of lime. The liquid was then filtered and diluted with 3 times its weight of water. Into this, he poured oxalate acid drop by drop to precipitate all the lime. He evaporated the liquid, the consistency of honey. Emphasis added. Even here, the acid is not presented as a substance storable in time and defined by its attributes, but rather by a collection of verbs referring to laboratory gestures. Acid is ultimately a procedure or recipe and is coextensive with the course of action. The fact that the list of operation is long hardly matters, since each of them is part of the routine of a well-equipped chemistry laboratory. The interlocking of the subprograms doesn't make the essence fragile, because skillful chemists have no trouble understanding the gestures for filtering, evaporating, precipitating, and because they take their arrangement as monolithic.
Same is not true for the yeast that the entire scientific community found so dubious in 1857. If one examines carefully an ordinary lactic fermentation, there are cases where one can find on top of the deposit of the chalk and nitrogenous material spots of a gray substance which sometimes form a layer on the surface of the deposit. At other times, this substance is found adhering to the upper sides of the vessel, where it has been carried by effervescence. Under the microscope, when one is not forewarned, it is hardly possible to distinguish it from casein, disaggregated gluten, etc. In short, nothing indicates that it is a separate material or that it originated during the fermentation. Its apparent weight always remains very little as compared to that of the nitrogenous material originally necessary for the carrying out of the process. Finally, very often, it is so mixed with the mass of the casing and chalk that there would be no reason to suspect its existence. It is nevertheless this substance that plays the principal role. The very existence of the yeast is in question. Lactic acid is not. There are no routinized gestures that would allow one to assure the regular presence of yeast. The entity is defined only by a quote-unquote degree zero of existence, appearing as, quote, spots of a gray substance that would sometimes form a layer on the surface of the deposit, end quote. One could scarcely exist less. The contrast appears all the stronger in the act of defiance with which the quotation above concludes. In opposition to Liebig and Berzelius, and as we have seen, Pasteur was, quote, led to an entirely different point of view, end quote. This thought process depends on a conversion by which a creature of whom one does not have to, quote, reason to suspect its existence, end quote, nevertheless plays the principal role, end quote.
In order to follow how the yeast, criticized by everyone, invisible, a poor spot at the bottom of a glass vessel, will soon become the only thing responsible for lactic fermentation. The expressants subject and object must become, so may imagine, of little use. Pasteur places large part in this affair, as do the yeast, as do Liebig and the dairymen. We do not observe a man endowed with faculties discovering the creature defined by attributes. We see a body with multiple and partial members seeking to bring about in its laboratory through a series of rituals a regular succession of action. I'm going to show, first of all, how to isolate it and prepare it in a pure state. I extract the soluble part from brewer's yeast by treating the yeast for some time with 15 to 20 times its weight of water, the temperature of boiling water. The liquid, complex solution of albuminous and mineral material is carefully filtered. About 50 to 100 grams of sugar are then dissolved in each liter. Some chalk is added and a trace of the gray material I've just mentioned, extracted from a good, ordinary lactic fermentation, is sprinkled in. Then one raises the temperature to 30 or 35 degrees centigrade. It is also good to introduce a current of carbonic acid in order to expel the air from the flask, which is fitted with a bent exit tube immersed underwater. On the very next day, a lively and regular fermentation is manifest. In the laboratory, the body of Pasteur, careful and skilled, serves as the occasion, the circumstance, the concrescence of the enduring establishment of lactic fermentation. Through gestures, filtering, dissolving, adding ingredients, brewer's yeast, solutions, chalk, fixtures, faucet, receptacles, ovens, tubes, instruments for measuring, thermometers, scales, thermostats, and little tricks of the profession, fermentation becomes visible and stable. At this stage of variation, the essence of fermentation is coextensive with the deployment of practical and local circumstances.
I do like one of the things is it's almost kind of poetic way how he's sort of noting these things like filtering, dissolving, adding. It's very. I really like the way how some Keiki Inc was saying that this is very well written, and I think in a way it's also this almost like poetic quality as well that I very much often find with Bruno Latour's writing, that he likes to sort of have these riffs of of it, and even something like that, right? Faucets, receptacles, ovens, too, right? It has this sonorous quality that I quite like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In Factish Gods, Latour says once we abandon this previous way of thinking, there is no reason to have to speak of Pasteur and his lactic acid coldly, and the Condomble initiates warmly and pleasantly. You can actually switch things. You can actually talk about the Condomble initiates coldly. You can do this, and you can talk about Pasteur warmly, pleasantly. It doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be. They don't have to exist in those.
Also,
same relation.
Right. No, I mean, it's true. And also, yes, Kiki, Professor Jang is a Holocaust denier. I mean, look, I'm sorry. When I saw the Professor Jang, and I tried to watch it, Professor Jang with Sneeko and Alexander Dugan, I'm like, nah, no. It's too much. Yeah, the prose quality is very lovely. So, let's see here. Nightmare Blunt Rotation. That's literally what I posted on my YouTube community page. I put like the Nightmare Blunt Rotation. Granting historicity to the yeast in this instant goes much further than a simple return to the contingencies of the period in question. It is no longer a matter simply of going back to Pasteur trembling in his laboratory with trembling in his laboratory with fear that he might lose his fermentation, that his yeast might not be a correlative to life. The lactic fermentation is also trembling. This controlled manifestation, lively and regular, has never happened before since the world began to yeast anywhere. The small laboratory of the Dean of the Faculty of Science at Lille also constitutes a decisive juncture in the trajectory of this fermentation, since here it becomes visible and pure. It is no longer only Pasteur who alters his representation of the fermentation, but the fermentation itself, its being, in its history, in its ascents and descents, that modifies its manifestations. I'm gonna go use the restroom really quickly, so if you want to just keep reading, I will be right back.
Sure, I don't have to read. I can just keep these people. I can get these people entertained.
Okay.
Are you not entertained?
Great. Okay, so I'll just.
Yeah. I love. But I say I love Pasteur. Sorry, I'm getting a bit intoxicated. Actually, while Shakespeare's doing that, I'm gonna pour me some more alcohol. But yeah, I love Latour. If any of you have questions, feel free to ask me. You know, I have my own server if you want to join that. And I'll also be around in Shakespeare's server. So either way is good with me. You can just ask me anything. My @ is envy is political. You will also thanks to Pasteur, your tummy doesn't hurt. We owe a lot to Pasteur. We owe a lot to lactic. We owe a lot to fermentation. But yeah, I'm big into science study stuff. I'm not very old. I just turned 21, like a little over a month ago now. Like it's barely just been a month now. And so yeah, I don't know. I haven't read everything, but I know a little bit. I know a little bit. I know a little bit about very particular things, so. Thank you. Alright, let me check YouTube chat. Let me not neglect them as well. I finally opened Twitch chat. Wow. No one's tapping on YouTube, how sad. Alright, you guys will be the main now. But yeah. Yeah, no. Latour brings up Pasteur a lot. Pasteur was actually one of the first people Latour ever talked about. Latour's second book, if you go by the English, you'll be misled. You'll be like, oh, this is Latour's third book. No, it's actually his second book, because it was originally published in French as 2 separate essays. And he's talking about Pasteur in the first one. It's the War of Microbes, or whatever the fuck it's called. I forget exactly what the name is, but yeah, it's that. And so it's awesome. It's great. It's great. We love it. I love Latour. I love the people surrounding Latour. Emily Gomar is a woman. She did stuff on drug substitution on a drug substitution clinic in France for her PhD, and she's like amazing. She's awesome. Yeah, she's just awesome. Yeah. I have a lot to say. I know a lot of stuff. God of Cipher, I'll definitely. I could actually hold on. Once Shakespeare's away, we can actually see. Is there anything on Ant or STS stuff and paleontology? There must be. I feel like paleontology feels like the ripest thing. I know a lot about paleontology because I'm an animal nerd, actually, a little bit. Before I got into sociology and psychology and anthropology and stuff, I actually wanted to be a marine biologist, and I loved dinosaurs as well, and it was like kind of my thing. But then life happened and set me on a whole other track. But I still love marine life. I still love dinosaurs. I watch and read stuff about these creatures a lot. It's like my entire thing. It's awesome. They can just type in paleontology and actor network theory. Let's see, what do we get? Actor network theory and hunter-gatherer archaeology. This is dealing with archaeology. That's not paleontology necessarily. I think maybe it technically is, but I assume you mean with like dinos. I assume you're talking about paleontology. You mean dinosaurs, and not. Does paleontology exclusively deal with dinosaurs? Paleontology definition. Yeah, it doesn't necessarily, I think, have to do specifically with dinosaurs. And dinosaurs are also their own thing. I learned so much. I love animals. I have so much, guys. You don't know how much I have to say about everything. I'm really excited to read Imagining Arab Womanhood. It's fucking awesome. It seems awesome. It seems great. Recommended to me by some lovely people at another Discord server. There's this guy named Felix. He makes videos on. Yes, I do know Cleanse Reptiles. I get recommended him because I watch a lot of animal videos. I have 3 separate accounts. So that I can like fucking try to do stuff.
Yeah, doing stuff is very important.
Yeah, he seems pretty awesome. Yeah, I was talking.
I also
I
have
a lot to
I also had to get some food because I'm like really hungry. I haven't eaten since I started streaming like almost 5 hours ago, or no, over 5 hours ago now. So,
Yep.
anyway. So, where did we leave off?
If Pasteur hesitates, at the very bottom of page 10. If Pasteur hesitates, the fermentation is also hesitating. Ambivalence, ambiguity, uncertainty, and plasticity bother humans groping their way towards phenomena that are in themselves secure. But ambivalence, etc., also accompanies creatures to which the laboratory offers the possibility of existence, a historic opportunity. Fermentation has experienced other lives before now, and elsewhere, but its new concrete essence is a unique, dated, localized life made up in part of Pasteur, himself transformed by his second great discovery, and in part the laboratory. By speaking of events defined in terms of their relations, I'm sketching here the history of Pasteur and his yeast, of the yeast and its Pasteur. And then there's a little footnote. This would be a good one. It is this mistake of social constructionists to accord interpretive inflexibility only to researchers actively engaged with the data. To introduce non-humans would always amount, according to him, to silencing controversies. Inversely, hacking has no difficulty giving a constructivist reading of social facts, since it is understood once and for all that they can correspond to nothing but arbitrary, self-realizing prophecies. In hacking, world-making by kind-making, child abuse, for example, in How Classification Works, Nelson Goodman Among the Social Sciences. That seems very interesting.
Here. At the beginning of his report, the author does not yet know which properties to attribute to which essences. By the end, the yeast possesses the same solidity as that of brewer's yeast recently discovered. The substance endowed with attributes offers a particular case of the event defined by its relations, a manner of summarizing, of routinizing, stabilizing, of institutionalizing events. It is as though one began with attributes before coming to an essence. Let us take this transition, rarely studied, between two completely different ontological states, summed up in 2 paragraphs of Pasteur's report. Let us consider now, what are the characteristics of this substance, the production which goes hand in hand with those phenomena that taken together we call lactic fermentation. Viewed as a mass, it looks exactly like ordinary pressed or drained yeast. It is slightly viscous and gray in color. Under the microscope, it appears to be formed of little globules or of very short segmented filaments, isolated clusters, which form irregular flakes resembling those of certain amorphous precipitates. It can be collected and transported great distances without losing its activity, which is weakened only when the material is dried or when it is boiled in water. Very little of this yeast is necessary to transform a considerable weight of sugar. Here we find all the general characteristics of the brewer's yeast, and these substances probably have organic structure that, in the natural classification, place them in neighboring species or in 2 connected.
In the first paragraph, the essence is defined only by various trials to which one submits the anonymous special substance. recording responses that have recently become stable thanks to the care and skill of the scientists and to the laboratory's genius loci. Each trial brings a new surprise. X can be transported without weakening. So little X is needed to transform so much sugar. Still, attributes float without being able to attach themselves to a substratum. One senses in the text Pasteur's hesitations, scruples, shilly-shallying before a viscous, gray matter that resists drying and boiling. The trial defines in all its freshness, as though to use the vocabulary of semiotics, one could induce competences within the basis of troubling performances. But in the next paragraph, the coalescence has taken place. The special substance no longer merely resembles brewer's yeast. It is no longer merely composed of globules of regular flakes. The yeast, now named, becomes a substance and occupies a clearly locatable position in a classification by family and by species. The attributes that floated randomly become the marks of an enduring essence, not simply of a stabilized routine, like the lactic acid with which we began.
How can we explain the transition from a long series of hesitant trials to a being summed up in a name? The answer of those historians of science who are inspired by the first principle of symmetry leaves no doubt. Without presupposing an organism, Pasteur never could have reduced up the long list of trials into a single yeast. According to historians of science since Duhem, one has in fact always needed a theory, a prejudice, a presupposition, a conceptual framework, a paradigm, in order to organize data that one can never encounter face to face. Even inevitable return to Kant and his sociologist followers. Curiously, Pasteur asks himself the same question and seems to espouse a constructivist thesis before contradicting himself a second time. All through this memoir, I have reasoned on the basis of the hypothesis that the new yeast is organized, that it is a living organism, and that its chemical action on sugar corresponds to its development and organization. If someone were to tell me that in these conclusions I am going beyond that which the facts prove, I would answer that this is quite true, in the sense that the stand I am taking is in a framework of ideas that in rigorous terms cannot be irrefutably demonstrated. Here is the way I see it. Whenever a chemist makes a study of these mysterious phenomena and has the good fortune to bring about an important development, he will instinctively be inclined to assign its primary cause to a type of reaction content consistent with the general results of his own research. It is the logical course of the human mind in all controversial questions.
In the purest French rationalist tradition, Pasteur insists on the necessity of a theory in order to make facts speak, and the same breath brings into play practical training in chemistry, instinctive inclinations, the logical course of the human mind, a personal perspective. He knows that one must follow reason to find the facts. But in spite of the superficial resemblance to the social constructivist, there is nothing in Pasteur's rhetoric to enchant them, because without fear of contradicting himself, Pasteur goes on to the most traditional realism and tranquilly affirms. And it is in my opinion at this point, in the development of my knowledge of the subject, that whoever judges impartially the results of this work, that which I shall shortly publish, recognize with me that fermentation appears to be the correlative to life, to the organization of globules, and not to the death of putrefaction. Any contention that fermentation is a phenomenon due to contact in which the transformation of sugar takes place, the presence of the ferment without giving up anything to it or taking anything from it, is contradicted by experiment, as will be soon seen. Give me impartial colleagues, he says, and they'll recognize what the experiment contestably affirms. The same experiment that had required after the fact presuppositions without which the presence of microorganisms could not be demonstrated. Pasteur ignores this flagrant contradiction and moves from a realist to a constructivist epistemology, in much the way that the yeast smoothly moves from event to substance.
Before reading Whitehead, I could not extricate myself from this dilemma. It seemed that we always had to choose between two evils. Whitehead opens a new possibility and allows us to understand why the contradiction is only apparent. Lactic acid yeast changes its history upon contact with Pasteur and his laboratory. It is quite real, but its historical reality puts it on an equal footing with the researcher and the laboratory in which it is involved. Lactic acid has also changed. The yeast has taken the little push that Pasteur has given it as a historic opportunity to manifest itself by altering its entire trajectory. The yeast proposes, Pasteur disposes. Pasteur proposes, the yeast disposes. Pasteur has not imposed his view on an infinitely plastic form, nor tentatively discovered the resistance of an infinitely robust form. He has given a phenomenon its chance. This is why, writing his report, he sees no contradiction between his realist and constructivist rhetoric, even though everything distinguishes them in the eyes of an epistemologist or a social historian. By writing right, yeah, for sure. An ontology, even more counterintuitive than that of the social history of science. Oh, I'm sorry. That's just hilarious. Like a dig at the social history of science. Sorry. Allows us to follow the common sense of a scientist, the experimenter, a man of conquest over nature, finds himself ceaselessly at grips with facts that are not yet manifested and exist, for the most part only potentially in natural law, the unknown in the possible, and not in what has been. This domain.
I love. One of the sections actually appears in Factish, guys. One of the sections I think was just read. The him switching from being a constructivist realist. Latour says he's a constructivist. You know, he's a in this one, you know, he's a constructivist. You know, content with this other one. Then he plays out the next section and he's like, traitor. The constructivist has become a realist of the dullest, most ordinary sort. It's so awesome. I love Factish Guides. It's so beautifully written.
Yeah.
So beautiful.
Like, I mean, even just this article is very beautifully written, I have to admit. But one thing I quite like is that, like, going back up a little bit, is this idea, right, that it's like potentiality that that the experimenter is working with, because, right, like that's kind of one of the fundamental things of you know, any type of thesis, right? It's a possibility, and then you trying to, like, when you're trying to do it, you know, in the scientific way, right? It's you trying to showcase whether or not it's possible. But there's something about that potentiality that is like the productive aspect of science, right? And of all, and to some extent, all academic endeavors, but particularly science, and in this case, you know, since we're what we're reading. So I find that fascinating that he's identifying that and sort of calling our attention to it. I think that that's
tested by a Whitehead. Why does positing the historicity of all things, even though the solution may in the end be reconciled with common sense, appear at first sight so unlikely, so senseless? Because of our ideas about nature, about transcendence, and about causality, ideas that Whitehead allows profoundly to dismiss. Suppose we were to calculate the ingredients that enter into the composition of lactic yeast of 1857 in order to understand the co-production of this scientific fact. Once the accounts of discovering the old mode have been abandoned, along with the more recent accounts of social construction, we must draw up a heterogeneous list that includes many other factors. Pasteur, the Faculty of Science at Lille, Lebeeg, cheesemongers, laboratory apparatus, brewer's yeast, sugar, and lactic acid. There is no essentialism in this list, since each entity is defined only by its relations. If the relations change, the definition changes similarly. The Faculty of Science, with and without Pasteur, is not exactly the same faculty. Sugar, with and without lactic yeast, is not quite the same sugar. Lactic yeast after and before 1857 is not at all the same yeast.
The day that yeast changed, right? Like, there's pre 1857 yeast and there's post. Yeah. I love that. But history cannot be defined by a simple rearrangement of factors, which, going back to what we were discussing earlier with the lost cause, is why, right, like, nationalist revisionist histories don't actually hold up over time, because that's exactly what they try to do. They just try to rearrange everything to make it seem as though, like, actually, you know, nothing's changed. History is not created by already made ingredients. To avoid the jangling of combinations, the atomism of factors, we must thus recognize in every compound, in every concrescence, something more, some radical and unique capacity for innovation, and to do so, we must accept the fact that events, to deserve their name, are in part without cause. As absurd as that appears, realism demands that one abandon the idea of causality as compulsory movement or as a displacement of forms. The discovery of lactic yeast in 1857 is not due to a dispersal of infinitesimal conditions that defy calculation, but of which each, nevertheless, acts as a cause. I really like this because there's someone that is in my server that's also like doing in grad school for that's in grad school, and they are also a historian, right? And I noticed that this is something that sometimes they can get hung up on, is this, right? Like, because a lot of people will try to get hung up on this idea, right? That, oh, well, the infinitesimal conditions that defy calculation, right? And that's something that I know can frustrate certain, like, because it comes off as, like, obscurantist for someone that's trying to do, like, history, but it's also something that, like, other disciplines don't see as, like, in philosophy, that's not something that, that is necessarily a bad thing in say, right? But with history, there's, like, this desire to, like, not want to try to identify each and every single possible thing, right? But still, I think that that's a fascinating thing to say. Because, again, like he says, right, nevertheless acts as a cause. For there to be history, the yeast of 1857 at Lille with Pasteur must be in part a causa sui, right? I really like that. Like, it is a cause in itself. Right?
Yeah.
Yeast, the yeast is the beast that fixed my feast, right? Right.
And then just to go over footnote 19. quoting Whitehead, all actual entities share with God this characteristic of self-causation. For this reason, every actual entity also shares with God the characteristic of transcending all other actual entities, including God.
This is what now I feel totally like I don't want to say like justified, but this really does speak to what I was saying earlier about this being kind of anti-Spinoza, or at least like counter Spinoza, because of this particular citation. Like now I'm like, yeah, I see it now. Like all actual entities share with God this characteristic of self-causation, because that is completely against the idea of Spinoza, right? That there is a substance from which is like the predicate of all other things. Yeah, I don't know. I it's fascinating.
Sorry to bring this back to Factish Gods, but in Factish Gods, the Torah says, now, let us imagine there's a old-fashioned creator God, omnipotent and all that, even he would not be able to go beyond his creation. He would gain his I forget the word he used, through his creations, just as just like he talks about the puppeteer being controlled, also being controlled, by her puppets, and it's like it's this thing where it's this really weird thing where it goes back to an idea in Factish Gods, I think. The idea of doing away with mastery itself. Latour at one point phrases it in a way that I think fucks with people a little bit because of the way he phrases it. He phrases it as after he says he wants to get rid of the mastery as a thing. He says, how do we rid ourselves, contradictory, how do we emancipate ourselves of the hard drug of emancipation? Because for Latour, nothing is the master, and nothing is like the thing simply being acted upon.
Mm-hmm.
These things all very much go into each other. They make each other act. They do it. It doesn't just work one way. It works both ways. It goes back and forth.
Yeah, like I don't know. It makes me, maybe this is the wrong term, but like it kind of speaks to this idea, right, that it's like everything is always like in an assemblage, right?
Yeah.
Like there's nothing that just is there, right? Like in order for the cup to be filled with water on the table, there has to be all these things that allow for there to be a cup on the table with water, right? Et cetera, right? Yeah. Oh, that's funny. Note 20, which I'll read that in a second, but it is interesting that this is also the argument of the most Whiteheadian French philosopher, Deleuze. I like that. Okay. Nowhere in the universe does one find a cause, a compulsory movement that permits one to sum up any event in order to explain its emergence retrospectively. If it were otherwise, one would not be faced with an event, with a difference, but only with the simple activation of a potential, the mere actualization of a cause. Again, this goes to see, again, it's interesting because I also know that Deleuze loves Spinoza. Like, I know that Deleuze wrote a book on Spinoza. So I find it so interesting how this is, like, very, like, the mere actualization of a cause. It's like, well, that's, anyway. But, time would do nothing, and history would be in vain. Everything is in vain in some sense, but, anyway. No, I'm joking. The discovery, invention, and construction of lactic yeast requires that it be given the status of a mediation, that is, of an occurrence that is neither altogether a cause nor altogether a consequence, nor completely a means, nor completely an end. Okay, I really like this. This is something that, okay, good night, take care. Thanks for joining in. Yeah, like, this is something where, like, when it comes to history and, like, genocide studies and all the other things, it's like, this is, like, I really like this because it is neither a cause nor a consequence. Like, it just is a thing, right? Like, it exists as a way in which we understand that moment. It doesn't mean that something, like, we don't view it in a chain of causation, right? Like, the fact that X happened, it just is, right? And because of that, it acts as a mediation. Like, Europeans racialized the entire world, right? So that is its mediation, and it is neither a cause nor consequence as such, right? But at the same time, right, it's neither a means nor an end as such, one could say. But when it comes to something like talking about, like, what happened in Rwanda, right, it's like they created races out of whole cloth. And that is, like, one of those things that, like, I'm trying to think it through this idea of it being a mediation. It's like every colonial administration, whether German or Belgian, etc., right, like, they all felt the need to continue this structuring of society in a racialized way. And then something occurs, right, that is not something that necessarily that racialization was meant to do, right? And so we can't view the racialization as though, like, it specifically led to that, to the genocide in Rwanda. But it's, you know, a mediation. I really, like, this really has struck me quite a bit, because that is something that, like, when it comes to some of these things like that, where it's like, this was imposed upon the people of Rwanda, Burundi, etc., they had no choice. That doesn't necessarily mean that it leads to something else. It just was the way in which the world was understood, and the fact that something else happens is, you know, something that needs to be, you know. Anyway,
there's a famous line in Reassembling the Social. It's in the interlude, which is a dialogue between an imaginary actor network professor and a student. Well, they're actually having trouble applying actor network theory to organization studies. The student says something, and the professor responds. I think the student just simply asks, "Well," the student says. The student says. I actually remember what the student says. The student says, "I'm having trouble applying this to my studying on organizations." Stuff like that. And the professor says, "No wonder. Ant can't be applied to anything. It's and he's it's kind of a funny thing, because there is very much a positive sense that stuff like what Latour is talking about is doing, but there's also very much a negative project in it as well, where what Latour's talking about isn't necessarily how to do something. It's also, well, it's actually how not to do something. What you don't want to do, what not to do. When talking about something, you don't want to treat it as simply a cause or a consequence, a means, or simply a means or an end. It's like you don't want to do these things. There's all these things, it's very interesting, especially to that point that he talks about it as a negative project. Because I also think it does very much have its positive aspects, but I think it's kind of fair to talk about it like that because, yeah, it is mostly how not to do this thing. What you don't want to do when you're studying a thing. And so, yeah.
Then you can read the next paragraph. That's just a question in the other chat. Gato Surfer is going to bed, though. Twitch chat is pretty quiet right now. So I don't know if anything's been going. So I don't know if anything's been going on in YouTube chat. I sort of left that up to you. So.
Nope, I don't see anything. Okay, I totally missed this. Catamondium says, I'm wondering if Latour is going to discover the seed of a woman's pleasure. I don't know what that means or what that was responding to. But that's very funny. It's a very funny comment.
That is funny.
Pasteur can be understood as an event occurring to lactic yeast because he is unforeseen, external to the history that until then defined the society of the microorganism, its trajectory, its heritage, defined itself in a laboratory there to be scattered, cultivated, redescribed, purified, diverse the yeast in an unpredictable way. At the same time, the lasting presence of a yeast associated with a fermentation, chemical activity of a living creature, constitutes for Pasteur a decisive branching out of his career and identity. As for the chemists, by accepting Pasteur and his yeast, they become, through a decisive translation, biochemists. No ingredient, as we can see, enters into these relations without changing its nature. Yeah, that's what it's getting about. For Latour, Latour will also talk about this as either substance or essence as well. Which I guess, okay, I don't know anything about, like Latour, half philosopher. Apparently there might be a little bit of problems with using essence and substance interchangeably. I think they kind of work in the way Latour uses them because Latour doesn't use them. Latour already kind of almost uses them interchangeably in some of his other stuff, so it doesn't present a problem necessarily, but I guess there might be some problems with that. But I'm not I don't know enough.
Yeah, like I feel like someone that's really into Spinoza might take an issue with that, but I don't think it's necessary.
Yeah.
As long as one made nature the kingdom of causes, to speak of a historicity of things seemed improbable. Inventiveness, flexibility, hesitation could only come from humans and their painful history. I think it's interesting that he says their painful history, like he's not included in that category. Like humans and their history, they alone could transcend the brutal realm of objects, affirm their freedom against the vicious constraints of the practical inert, to use Sartre's expression on the antipodes of freedom. By linking humans and non-humans, the principle of generalized symmetry causes a small scandal, since it amounts to extending the notion of personhood to creatures of nature, panpsychism, hylozoism, or, on the other hand, in plunging human invention into more or less predictable, game of causes, mechanism, social engineering, which that term has been used and misused so much in the past, like, 2 decades. Like, people use it to mean so many things that it doesn't actually mean.
Yeah. But put it to one. The transition from cause and effect analysis to conception of order through disorder has curiously not changed this alternativism, despite Ilya Prigogine and Isabel Stenger's Entre les temps et l'éternité. I don't know what that.
Oh, between time and eternity.
Between time and eternity. Yeah, that makes sense. Yes, that makes sense. The notion of emergence through though very Whiteheadian, doesn't necessarily imply the symmetrical historicization of nature and society.
You know who I feel would be really into Alfred North Whitehead? And I don't know why this is, but I feel Imran would. I don't know why, but I just associate that he would be into White. I don't know why that is, but I just feel like it. Maybe it's because he likes Heidegger. I have no idea.
Okay, is Alfred North Whitehead okay? Is this Alfred North Whitehead the same Alfred North Whitehead that wrote a book along with someone else trying to like a whole fucking book to get to another book to prove that 1 + 1 = 2? Are these the same people?
Are you talking about the Principia Mathematica?
Yeah. Yes, that's what it's called. Yes.
Yes, he wrote the Principia Mathematica.
It feels so crazy that he wrote that book and also books like these. That feels insane to me, but also really cool.
Yeah.
Because I don't associate those two. That doesn't feel like it should work in my head.
Right. Yeah, but somehow it did, and that's how.
Yes, and it's awesome.
And I don't know. I still think that Alfred North Whitehead, if Imran hasn't read it, I feel like he would love Process and Reality. I don't know why. I just feel it. It's just like one of those things. It's like.
I think Imran would too. He talked about how he's reading a whole fucking grammar book, to understand something about syntax and being or whatever the fuck. And I was like, that's really cool. And Alfred North Whitehead wrote a whole book trying to Alfred North, and I think someone else too. With him. Wrote a book, and then another book that proved that 1 + 1 = 2, and that's so cool. And I think Imran would really like that. I think that's Imran's guy.
So if you want to read that next paragraph, the one that starts, what a difference.
Yeah. What a difference it would make if all entities left behind transcended, exceeded to some degree their causes, their histories, their ancestries. The objects of nature no longer offer as their only ontological model the stubborn, obstinate, headstrong, silent demand of substance. Nothing thus prevents us from granting them a role in the fabrication of the human world. And doing so does not require our returning to the old-style realism that social historians rightly fought. Nor does it open us to the accusation of granting to non-humans the intentional personality heretofore reserved for humans. Nature shares with society the same historicity, but the unified whole does not become either immanent or transcendent, impersonal or personal, animated or inanimate. The transcendence necessary to innovation is distributed through all the little uncouplings through which effects leave behind their causes. The history of science becomes once and for all an existentialism extended to things. Nature, becoming historical, becomes even more interesting, more realistic. And then for the footnote 22, This historicity must not be confused with the transformation in time of particles or living creatures, such as are discussed in cosmological or evolutionist accounts, as for instance, Stephen Jay Gould, Wonderful Life, The Burgess Shale, and Nature of History. Inverting the anthropic principles causes scientists to enter the history of things, when not only recounts that dinosaurs disappeared, but also how paleontologists participate in the very history of the dinosaurs. Two complementary but distinct historicities. Yeah, I love that.
I like it too because it's also like Adolf Puyo sort of writes the same, that it's like you create history through the act of remembering, which is very much like what he's saying, which is what's being said here, and it's like, yeah, that makes sense. Like, as for nature's contrary, culture, it is transformed even more thoroughly, and may be reconciled more completely with common sense. In culture, one is therefore not forever a prisoner of language, locked into conceptual frameworks, forever deprived of all access to things themselves, on which, as for Kant, we could only impose arbitrary categories. Our minds, our societies, our paradigms are no longer so many closed circles. Despite his hesitations, Pasteur does not dictate to the facts how they should speak. He mingles with them. He does not discover them any more than he fashions them. Oh, I love that. That makes you think of a really good book for new historicism stuff, which is called Renaissance Self-Fashioning. It's just, I like that phrasing.
It seems good. I'll have to, I'm actually going to write that down.
By Stephen Greenblatt.
That's very interesting. Whitehead pleasantly makes fun of philosophers who believes our minds are connected to the world by the fragile footbridge of perception alone, as though a great city until then open to the surrounding countryside had decided to enclose itself gradually behind ramparts, permitting no passage except by way of a narrow postern gate, a shaky drawbridge. All philosophy of knowledge arises, he argues, from this artificially maintained fragility, as though the mind constantly risked losing its precious provisions. But if you demolish the ramparts, authorize other passages, open wide the city to the countryside, do away with city taxes, contact between the mind and the world will not be lacking. There's no risk of an embargo on importation, since no longer ascetics, we would no longer be obliged to deprive ourselves of summoning the things of nature. We would then be broadly accessible because transcendent like us, historical like us, heterogeneous like us.
Again, it's very poetic. I love that. It's so... By sharing transcendence, yes, with objects, and gaining access to them through the thousand conduits of language, of practice, of social life, we are no longer bound to file items exclusively under the heading of nature, or society, or discourse. It is enough to place them in quote-unquote networks. But while that word used to be employed in a vague sense, it can have, thanks to Whitehead, the ontology of its ambitions. Every item or circumstance exactly fills, without supplement or residue, its unique spatio-temporal envelope. There exists nothing, not lactic yeast, not universal gravitation, that, quote, would overflow, end quote, the historical conditions of its emergence. Which does not mean, however, that everything is the result of human work alone. As social constructivists feel always obliged to conclude. Again, we do not have to choose between these two versions. In order for an item or circumstance to extend, and thus give the impression of quote-unquote overflowing. It requires other historical conditions, other vehicles, other mediations, other underpinnings, each partially causes of themselves.
Latour very interestingly draws the similarity between networks in the actor network sense. He'll also call them work nets, or or simply you separate the two, and it's network. It's the sum of all the work, and he actually draws a similarity to regular nets for how actor network theory works, because when you're drawing up networks, there's going to be blank spaces, but you don't fill them in. You leave them. Like with the networks in the actor network sense work so well because of the empty space. Because of that, much like a net, a net without holes. It's not really a net.
Right.
Is that really?
Then it's just a bag.
Yeah. Leave it blank, goddammit. Terra nullius, as Latour says. We would not find this historicization difficult, except that we make unconsidered use the two pairs of adverbs: always, never, and everywhere, nowhere. Since the emergence in 1857 of lactic acid, we have concluded that it has always been there and that it acts equally everywhere. The time of Pasteur's description of Lebesgue's theory about fermentation, the degradation of substances, we have concluded that it has never been present anywhere. A double exaggeration that makes the history of things coalesce and then obliges one to invent, by contrast, those accounts of discovery that I criticize at the opening of this essay. Because yeast has always existed, a fact unknown before 1857, Pasteur must necessarily have discovered it by lifting a veil that concealed it. But Pasteur, his colleagues, the cheesemonger, the dairies, the historians, must work hard in order to extend into the past the retrospective presence of lactic acid yeast. Scientists and historians work like software companies that, from modest sum, will replace version 2.1 of your program with a new version 2.2, retrofitting all the new advances without, so you hope, endangering your earlier programs. In the case of lactic acid yeast, enormous work is necessary also in space, as well as time, to extend to all dairies and cheese manufacturers the presence, soon universal, of lactic yeast. Still, more work must be done to eliminate Lebesgue's version from history and gradually eliminate it from scientific manuals. Till the discovery of enzymes later in the century, which newly reshaped fermentations, Pasteur, Lebesgue, and the retrospective history of biochemistry. Lactic yeast, in the course of its history, never exaggerates either its existence or non-existence, its locality or universality. Like other entities, it perseveres in its being, however tiny in certain places, for a certain time, on condition of existing in common with many others that also decline to acquiesce in it is substance or nothingness, but decide the turning points in their history, like fibers, lineages, trajectories, heritages, societies, rhizomes.
Ooh, I like that, because that's, that nod to Deleuze, I think. Deleuze and Guattari. I hope that I have...
He originally wanted to, he originally wanted to change actor network theory to actant rhizome ontology.
Oh my gosh, that's hilarious.
Yeah.
I hope that I have shown, as I promise, what Whitehead's metaphysics allows us to help the philosophy of history of science. blocked for some time on the question of the role that ought to be given to non-human. To take a small step forward, it is perfectly possible to reconcile skepticism and realism, provided historicity be thoroughly granted to non-humans as well. A little historicity spawns relativism. A great deal engenders realism. Oh, I love that. That's actually really good.
Yeah.
I like all of his like very good one-liners. He's very good at that. He's very good at like just like, you know.
Yes, he's a remarkable writer. He's it's really interesting. People are always like, I'm worried that I'm not gonna understand Latour, and it's like, no, you probably will. Latour's actually really easy to understand. I didn't have much background in philosophy stuff like before Latour.
Right.
And like Factish God's genuinely one of his hardest books. The only book that's harder is an inquiry into modes of existence. But that's also partially because of its length. But the first essay alone in Factish Gods, it's only like 65 pages long. Is one of the most difficult things. Like pieces of like Latour's work, and you can understand it. You can understand what he's saying, what he's talking about. I didn't even read some of Latour's previous stuff, and I still understood a great deal about it. This. I mean, I'm not going to learn new things, obviously, but like you can come to an understanding about this stuff. Latour's very easy. He writes very well, and it makes him really easy. It's really easy to understand what he's saying.
Yeah. Oh, that's great. Okay, so okay, for those of you on Twitch, if you would please get in the machine so we could go on and raid Galactic Streamlord, do make sure to tell Streamlord hello for me. Thank you very much again for joining us for this wonderful stream, and thank you so much, Envy, for joining us. I appreciate it very much indeed.
Of course.
And also for those of you in Latour is easy to get, I think. No, yeah, Latour is pretty good. But you've been on the big screen? What? Oh, sorry, probably. But yeah, thank you again so much, everybody on YouTube. Again, I still can't raid yet. Eventually, we'll get there. We'll get there for sure. But yeah, I just wanted to say thank you all for joining me, and go on to be able to find. Yes, thank you so much, Estelle. Thank you, everyone. I appreciate it, and I will see you all next time.